All right, so it is 1 week before the regional championship in Minneapolis, so we got to get practicing on Raise the Past. So unfortunately, at this point, there's not a lot of differences that you can make towards the deck. The only real cards that I'm looking at fixing or like changing around right now. So we've had Enduring Innocence in the sideboard for a long time, and it's ostensibly to be a grindy card in like the grindy matchups, like Golgari midrange, for example. But those decks are actually pretty few. Even like hypothetically grindy games like against Pixie tend to not come down to that kind of thing. And so in a lot of cases, I just find Enduring, like, while I do think Enduring Innocence is a very good card, I think it's a poor card in this deck specifically. So I've removed an Enduring Innocence from the sideboard to make room for basically the 5th copy of a Disenchant effect. So we've got 3 Felidar Cubs and 2 Cathar Commandos in the sideboard. The other things are, so we've been playing 4 Martyr Devotees in the deck, and these guys are good in the sense that they scry, so you can, attempt to dig for your Raise of the Past. They do also have the nice little upside of, a lot of times this deck will take damage from Caves of Koilos, because so many of your cards require specifically colored mana. Not many of your cards in the deck actually take generic mana for any payments. So Caves of Koilos winds up being basically mana confluence in a lot of circumstances. So this helps filter caves into actual colored mana. However, in practice, one of the problems that this deck can run into is just not filling the graveyard up fast enough. So previously, we were playing 2 Wreckage Wicker folks in the deck, and I'd cut those for Martyr Devotees, and now I think probably a 2-2 split is going to be better, because we just need to be able to fill up our graveyard. There's also another important thing that Wicker Folk does, which is that without it, we have no way of blocking flyers. So it helps in that regard as well. So right now, I'm mainly trying to figure out, one, we've had 3 Gas Guzzlers in the deck for a long time, and I'm currently at 2 to make room for other cards, and I'm not sure whether that's wrong, and it should just be 3. The other one is if Avenger of the Fallen is actually good. So Avenger of the Fallen has what I think might be a cognitive bias here, which is that when it's good and you're actually making use of it, like, oh my god, you attack with Avenger of the Fallen, you generate like 8 tokens, and they all trigger Elisil Core, and then your opponent can only block so many of them, so they take a bunch of damage, and then on the end step they get sacked, and the Elisil Core triggers again, and your opponent just dies to Avenger. Or you swing out with all your tokens, and then you Bart eat all the tokens before they die, and your Bart becomes huge. Like, it feels incredible. But a lot of the time, this is a 3-mana 2/4 that doesn't, with Death Touch, that doesn't do anything else. It just, you play it out, and you sometimes don't even have any creatures in your graveyard, or you've got like 1 creature in your graveyard. It's also definitely not a Raise the Past. It is no replacement for Raise the Past, and there's many board states where if you cast Raise the Past, you could win or stabilize, but if you're just playing an Avenger and then having to pass the turn, that's nowhere near as good. Another problem is that, like, Avenger is also far more easily answered. Like, if you cast a Raise the Past and your opponent doesn't have an answer for it, and you bring back like 8 creatures, they're going to have a pretty tough time dealing with that, as opposed to you play Avenger of the Fallen, pass the turn, all they need is 1 removal spell to get rid of it. So it could be that this card is actually not good, and it just shouldn't be in the deck. If it's not, this slot is going to become a Voice of Victory. So another development in the meta, oh, and then also the exact lands. So Bleachbone, Caves, and Concealed are for sure in the deck, and some amount of basics. The only question is, do we actually want to play Dalcoven Encampment, or is this card just bad? It does wind up coming in tapped a lot. And do we want to play the Black-White Surveil land or not? Because coming in tapped is a huge downside, but it does help us dig and put creatures in the graveyard. We were previously running like 2 Shadowy Backstreets, and right now I'm not running any. So that's another possible change-up. But the rest of the list is pretty much locked in. The other addition is Voice of Victory over Duress. So the big update to the metagame is that Corey Steelcutter has become a staple in the red aggro decks, but specifically it's not being played in the mice decks. It's given birth to a new Is It Prowess deck. So that deck is much worse for our deck because, one, it gives them an additional form of trample, which they didn't have before. So previously the red decks just had Monstrous Rage. Now Corey Steelcutter also gives trample. The second thing is it also allows them to go wider than normal because they make a bunch of prowess tokens. And then finally, so 2 other things, the Ori Steel Cutter decks are now Slick Shot show-off decks, and this deck, as mentioned, has a pretty tough time dealing with flyers. One of the things, like, I even played a game where, you know, I cast Raise the Past, bring a bunch of creatures back, doesn't even matter, because Slick Shot's going to fly over and deal, like, 7 damage, and you're just going to lose anyway. So, and then the Is It Prowess decks can also main deck Spell Pierce, and they can sideboard Spell Pierce and Negate, which is way worse for us than the other versions of the aggro decks before this. However, it does seem like the fact that there's now an aggro deck that's main decking Spell Pierce has made the Omniscience combo deck much worse. I don't think I've played against the Omniscience deck a single time. Like, I might be forgetting one, but I can't remember playing against the Omniscience deck. So if that's the case and it's made the Omniscience deck drop out of the format to a significant degree, that's actually good for us because we were bad against the Omniscience deck. And then that also gives better, more credence to playing Voice of Victory. So before, the main reason to run Duress over Voice was that Duress was way better against the Omniscience deck. But if the Omniscience deck is a significantly lower portion of the metagame, then Voice of Victory becomes the better card. So welcome, Tentative Orc. What's in Minneapolis? It is the regional championship. It is occurring in 1 week from now. Yeah, the Surveil land does seem good, but the problem is that lands coming in tapped in this deck are just brutal. You want to be playing... You, at 100% of the time, want to have a turn 1 play and a turn 2 play. You can afford to take turn 3 off because all of your other cards cost 1 or 2. So if your third land enters tapped, that's fine. And then the other problem is, like, your land entering tapped for raise is such a problem. So this is where we're at right now. So Cathar and Felidar Cub are here to deal with mainly Rest in Peace, but like any other form of graveyard hate. Leyline of the Void, Ghost Vacuum, etc. The reason that it needs to be Cub and Cathar split is because, one, there are artifacts that you do need to kill. Secondly, there are just random artifact decks that occasionally pop up, like the Repurposing Bay or Simulacrum Synthesizer decks, so you do want to have access to artifact kill spells. Also, the fact that this has Flash actually does come up as being relevant. Then Voice is to get through counterspell decks. Stonebrain was in here mainly to combat the Omniscience combo deck, but you can just use it to take out any other combos. You also bring it in against other decks like Beanstalk, like Zur Beanstalk, because you can name, like... Previously we would name Zur, but I think actually the correct name is Overlord of the Mistmoors. Makes it much harder for them to beat you. Temp Lockdown is for aggro. Leyline of the Void is for the graveyard decks. The main reason that it's a Leyline and not the other one, so previously it was Ghost Vacuum. The problem is the Omniscience combo deck can... I guess, let me back up. So you think, why isn't this Jarina? Because Jarina is a creature that comes in and exiles the graveyard. And the problem is that the graveyard decks, which are Oculus and Omniscience, they can bin and reanimate their card in the same turn. So against Oculus, they can just go turn 3 Chart a Course, discard a Oculus, and then Helping Hand it immediately. And so if you only have Sorcery Speed, Graveyard Hate, that's not good enough. And for the Omniscience deck, they could just go end of your turn, cast a Moment of Truth, bin an Omniscience, untap, cast Abuelos. So it has to be able to hit their thing at instant speed. The reason it was Leyline over Ghost Vacuum was because the Omniscience deck plays Temp Lockdown. So if you just have Ghost Vacuum, there would be so many situations where you would be playing against Omniscience and you'd go like Ghost Vacuum, and then you'd play out some creatures, and then they would Temp Lockdown on turn 3, eat all of your aggro plan and your Ghost Vacuum, and then you wouldn't be able to kill them before they just got online. So Leyline of the Void, which is obviously Leyline of the Void, way better if you have it in your opener, way worse if you draw it. Knight Errant is just a good solid card to bring in. All of our opponents are going to be trying to hate on our plan with Graveyard Hate or counter spells. Knight Errant gets around all of that as an issue. It can also come up where this can be aggressive enough to matter against things like Omniscience combo. And then Terror Tide is here. So Terror Tide has a lot of problems. And overwhelmingly, it winds up being worse than Temp Lockdown in terms of being able to hit aggro decks. But there are decks where you just want this. So for example, like the Collector's Cage deck, right? There's these bigger creature decks that are playing, you know, creatures that have larger stats. So Terror Tide does become better against those. Also, Tersa Light Shatter has become a card that is much more prevalent in the red aggro decks. So previously, Temp Lockdown would hit everything in the red aggro decks except for Screaming Nemesis, but now they also play Tursa, so it hits fewer things. That's also an issue. So Terror Tide has its place, but I have waffled on cutting it or not. But I do think one of is fine. And this deck can afford to play a lot more one-ofs because it has so much digging power through all of its Surveils and Scries and through Diabolic Intent being able to tutor stuff. That's where we're at right now. I haven't been practicing this much, but with the tournament in Minneapolis 1 week away, I just really need to grind a whole bunch of games. See also where the metagame is at a week beforehand. So one of the things I realized was I was practicing a whole bunch, but it's like, does it really matter if you practice if the metagame is going to shift significantly and it's going to be a totally different, like hypothetically, you could have a much different metagame a week beforehand. So if you're practicing a whole bunch and then decks change, like you're practicing, the practicing in that regard only helps insofar as like getting reps with the deck goes, but not in terms of sideboarding or like figuring out how the other decks operate. Anyway, I think that's enough of a preamble. I've gone on for like 10 minutes, so let's just start playing some games. Still standard? Yep. So, match, ranked, best of 3. Guys. Yeah, I'm never going back to, you know, I feel kind of bad. I had someone message me saying like, hey, I found your blue Asmo modern deck on Moxfield. I really like it. Do you plan on, you know, making any updates? And I said, nope, done with modern. I'm never making any more modern decks. Like, appreciate your interest, but I'm not going to play modern anymore. And it's like, yeah, it's disappointing. I don't want to disappoint people, but Leyline of Resonance, that's bad for us. Well, but yeah, I'm not ever going back to playing modern. That's just done for good. Ourselves. Very black Leyline deck. 2 creatures, what we'd like to see. Yeah, we're just in a completely broken standard format, unfortunately, at the moment. They targeted our guy to draw. Okay, so they're missing lands. Yeah. Ooh, Gas Guzzler. I will play that over Bartolome. Yeah. And if they kill our dude, whatever. So, swing. So, they haven't targeted any of our guys. Okay, there's Emberheart. I'm surprised they're playing this and not Slipshot and whatnot. Yeah, they're just having a rough time with... it's obvious that they just don't have enough lands to do what they're trying to do. All right, is it better to play Ellis or Bart here? Probably Bart, because then next turn I can go sack, raise. So it is probably actually better to play Bart. And then we'll just attack with these two. And this gives me the best shot at countering an Emberheart because we can block with Bart, stack Gnawing Vermin, and reduce it. All right, I'll block. Let's see if they do anything. Obviously, they're going to. What do you think of the speed mechanic? I actually like it. All right, so Leyline. Huh. Dealing Might of the Me. Alright, so sack Vermin. Target this one. And then, is it better to sack this to protect one more life? I'm taking 11. I'm taking 9 damage going to 9. Yeah, I think getting my... Oh, wait. Did I block a different one? Oh, I thought I blocked a different one. Okay. Well, yeah. Then I have to sack. Ooh, Pylon's great. Okay, so we're only getting back. We're getting back. Okay, but Guzzler is gonna come in tapped, and this is well, we're still gonna raise regardless. Raise. Art triggers. Mill ourselves. There's Bart Market Gnome, Surveil, Bin. I'm probably binning anything that isn't raised. All right, well, there's raised, so. Okay. That is also one of the problems with Gas Guzzler. It comes in tapped, so it's really bad against aggro. You can't invoke Pylon into it. Oh, yeah. All right, so resolve all of that. I just do not understand why they print cards like Leyline of Resonance, but whatever. They got Heartfire Hero. They have 3 more cards. We could still just die here. Wait, they tapped it? Okay. Oh, they just have deal 17. Sure. Wonderful. Okay, Oops. Okay, Oracle comes out, Gas Guzzler comes out. We can cut 1 Zahir, 1 Bart, and those are the things I know I want to cut. Then I want to bring in Celadar Cubs because they have Monster Roll tokens and Leylines to kill. And I want Knight Errant and I guess Lockdown and Terratide. And then I'm over, yeah, so I'm over the amount of cards that I need. So that means we need to cut more. These are all good blockers. I guess Devotee can go. Usually things, or Wickerfolk. Usually like Wickerfolk and Devotee are the things that go. I don't know if they're playing Slick Shot. I would imagine they are. We didn't see it, but that doesn't mean they're not playing it. Let's see, Avenger. Yeah, we're on defense. So cut Avenger and then cut probably the Wickerfolks. Or maybe I'll go 1 Devotee, 1 Wickerfolk just in case they have Slick Shot. I imagine they have Slick Shot given they're a Leyline deck. All right, that's good enough. We have 1 land. That's not good enough. Malt. Okay, fine. Keep this, and I guess we'll put back Bart. This is a pretty bad hand, but what can you do? No Leyline this time. Duress. Oh my god, really? Okay. Well, now I can't really imagine that we're going to win this match, but I guess we'll see how it goes. Are they really playing black just so that they can play Duress? Okay, yeah, I will snap trade this. Number Heart, Alright, well, let's do it now so that they can't... It's, until end of turn. Yeah, okay, so let's just do this now. Draw card, sure. Kill your guy. Surveil. So if I get Knight Errant, I can't even convoke it next turn. I can just play a 4/4, but who cares? Let's just dig for raise. They have no creature to play, huh? Alright, Celadar Cub. Go for the threat, sure. They kept or brought in Go for the Throat against our deck? Really? They didn't Offspring it. Okay, so they can immediately deal 8. for 10. Sure. Okay, I would like to draw something now. Sure, whatever. So, okay. Just a regular wild ride, Wild ride. Okay, so they obviously have Monstrous Rage, or are they just gonna give it Trample, I guess? They give it Trample, sure. Alright, well, we'll trade. And Cacophony Scampers their last card. Then we've drawn a land. Alright, cool. They have 4 lands. I guess we're not necessarily dead. Alright, they drew a land anyway. Cool. Okay, this is a little awkward because we have to play caves first, but this is fine. Ooh, a concealed courtyard deck. Well, never mind. Marganome. Oh, Pixie, sure. Another gnome. Play Zahir, pass. Assume this is about to get killed. Unfurl Kieran on the main phase, sure. Then they're gonna pick up Storm Chasers and replay it. Yep, that's fine. Oh yeah, another thing is that the Pixie decks are now playing Sunfurl Kieran, so that's another reason that Wickerfolk is good. Okay, here we're gonna sack the gnome. And that. Okay, play. I want to get the maximum number of things in the yard. So if I go gnome attack, they might block, they might not block. Let's assume they block. That's fine. Trade with Kieran, yeah, that's fine. Let's play gnome. I may not sack it to Zahir though. I may sack it to Bart so it can I don't know. Bling. If they block. No blocks. Okay. Well, that makes my job easier. So now I'm going to sack this so that if I draw like Wickerfolk, I can play that instead of Bart. Drew Ellis. Sure. And sure, I'll play Ellis. Those are your favorite basics? They are not. I don't know why these are not updated. Discount on, where's the other one? I assume they're bouncing Storm Chasers. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna sack this. Get it into the graveyard. Oh, there's Wickerfolk. All right, so then this goes back to their hand. They spent both of their blue mana, which I assume is an auto-tapper issue. Because I can't imagine they meant to do that. Yeah. All right, so now we go combat, swing, then raise, back, we gain some life, we get to surveil. All right, put these in the yard. And then I want to use the ability, sack market gnome. Trigger, they lose more life, we draw a card, surveil. All right, over to them. So we got more prowess. Another otter. Nightmare, sure. All right, I'll discard a Bart. Yeah, no attack in there. That don't make no sense. All right. Probably blocking with Ellis. Block here, block here. And before damage, sack gnome. Gas guzzler, that's pretty nice. Getting that. These trade off, no damage. They only have 2 cards left in their hand. Okay, well, Zahir's 1 away from, and we drew Diabolic Intent. Yeah, so Zahir's 1 away from zombies. So if I swing here and they don't have removal, then they have to block here to make us not get speed. Let's go combat. Playing with Wicker Folk. All right, they're just going to take it. Okay, well, that's really good for us. So let's go land. And then I probably go Bart Gas Guzzler with 2 mana open. And then next turn I can go Intent Raise. Yeah, so we go Bart first. Then Gas Guzzler. And then pass. Backing the Nightmare to scry, sure. All right, it's still a bit too early to say this game's in the bag, but it looks like this game's probably in the bag. Unless they have Spell Pierce, I'm pretty sure we're gonna win. Fear of Isolation, pick up the talent. Okay. Storm Chasers, Prowess. Swing here. Okay, so I want to sack 2 things. Got the Zahars in the graveyard, and I want to be able to attack them back. So let's go block. Block. I think it's actually fine if I just trade for these. Yeah, okay. Block there before damage. Sack Wicker Folk. Make a zombie. Alright, damage. Okay, trade for your tokens. Make 2 more zombies. Yeah, they're extremely dead. Unless this last card is the Spell Pierce. So Diabolic Intent, eat the zombie token. Go grab Raise. Cast Raise. These all come out. They're dead just to Ellis. Okay, so they're a blue deck, so they could definitely have counter spells. They also play a bunch of enchantments, including they're going to play Rip from the sideboard. So I don't know if we want Cathar as well. Probably. Okay, we have one Guzzler. Let's cut the Devotees. I do want Flyers. Let's see what else. They don't really have anything I want to pile on. You do usually want to keep at least one though. Like if they bring in like Shieldred or something that you didn't expect, you do want to pile on. Cut a Bart. This is not as critical that we do the draining thing in this matchup, so Ellis can cut down to 1. Then we got 61 cards, potentially wanting more Cathar commandos. The Vermins do kill the Otter tokens sometimes, and they also kill Sunpearl Kieran. So there is relevance. I would normally cut them down, but I think with the addition of Kieran, this now kills more things. I don't think I want to. Avenger's pretty fucking terrible against this town. We're also on the draw now. Okay, let's cut Avenger. I think that's fine. We'll do that. I still don't have 100% of like every single card that I want to bring in or out in these matchups. Okay, well, sometimes you can keep one land with Gorehound. It does suck that it's a Caves of Koilos, and it also sucks that we're on the draw. But I think I'll keep it. We also have a freebooter, so if they kill that, then we at least get a treasure out of it. And then we can play Oracle and loot. There's Caves. Turn 1 Caves for Pixie with no card to pick up. Okay. Ooh, we did draw land. All right, Gorehound. Hopeless Nightmare. Sure, we'll ditch Oracle. So did they just draw it? Because I can't imagine that it would have been correct otherwise. All right, let's play Gas Guzzler. Surveil. Then that. Combat. Swing. Speed up. Then play this. Then play Freebooter. Go to 16. Trigger Surveil. That. Restless Anchorage. Rip. Sure. And this is one of the reasons you play Knight Errant, because now I don't care that they have Rip. Ooh, we can even hit them. Alright. Tap here, white. Knight Errant trigger. So death triggers don't apply anymore. That's an issue. So we're gonna want Gorehound and potentially Zahir, I guess. I don't know. This might be an issue at some point. Well, actually, I can't even do anything with that until Rip goes away. I guess Zahir then. Yeah, sure. And then hit him with Guzzler, speed to 3. Alright. Sunpearl Kieran picks up Hopeless Nightmare, presumably. Yep. Okay, here I'm going to discard Zoffer. Yeah. They only have 1 card left. Ooh, Bartolome. I think the best move is attack them with the Knight Errant and play Ellis first, then Gorehound to gain a life, and then convoke Knight Errant. 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So combat, swing here. Hit him. Speed maxes out. Then we go Ellis. Take a damage off Caves. Prevail trigger, Bennett. Boarhound. Gain a life. Surveil. Diabolic Intent. What would that do? I would go Diabolic and grab Beladar Cub, and that's not even very good. Or Diabolic and grab Wreckage Wicker Folk to block next turn. Yeah, it's just not good. Let's spin that. And we're gonna play Knight Errant anyway, so play the Knight Errant. Get another life. Get some more creatures. All right, there's Cub and there's Voice. Okay, and they've conceded. All right, you're mentioning basics. Yeah, we gotta go fix those. Welcome for the boys. Okay, I have some kind of orb thing, whatever that means. Dex, raise, edit. So I did select preferred basics in limited. So does that not translate over here? What if I just get rid of all these swamps and plains? And then I go swamp. And then where is swamp? It's just not going to show me basics. Show me basics. There we go. Swamp. Aha. It is updated. And then plains. These are not my favorites, but I just don't have those particular skins on Arena. I don't know how to get the skins either. Because if I go to, how do you do that? You go to filters and then no. Any reason you stream on YouTube over Twitch now? Because the YouTube videos just get archived. So previously the reason I would stream on Twitch. Okay, I think Twitch has a better user interface for the people watching the stream, although I don't think it's enormously different, but I do think that Twitch's interface is better. However, Twitch has the issue of, like, it's much worse for the actual creator of the video. But the reason I would do it on Twitch previously is because I didn't want any of these videos to be archived, which I know there's an option to turn that off on YouTube. But basically, previously what I would do is I would just be like, okay, I'm going to do a draft. So I don't want the whole, like, entire unedited draft just to be on YouTube. I want to do it on Twitch, and then I'll record, and then I'll do editing and edit it down so that the finished draft is much shorter, because I'll just like cut out all the dead air waiting for the opponent to do anything. But it seems like people didn't seem to really care about that, so I'm fine just having like the full stream, and then if there is like a slow part, you can just skip ahead. I would bring it back to edited if I thought it mattered. Yeah, so how the heck do you do it where you show the things that you don't have? No, that's not it. It's not collected versus not collected. It is you like right click it? No. How the heck do you choose style? Oh, is it the expand? There we go. So yeah, so you expand it. It shows all the ones you have, and then you can favorite them. So, and it's crazy that there's no way to like search it out other than to filter by set. But anyway, the ones that are my favorite are the Theros Beyond Death full arts. So I don't know how I would do that. Would I say not collected? There we go. Okay. So if I go not collected, and then I can set the set to all right, let's turn off standard. Like Pioneer. Okay, Pioneer's not on here. Explorer. Okay. And then show me TBD. There's TBD. Okay. And then expand. Okay. So if I say I want this one, how do I do it? Thou cannot be purchased. All right, I guess we're not doing that then. Gotcha. Well, I could always drop my Prime sub there for you. I am Bonsai Shibe over there, if you remember. On another note, what format is this deck and what's the gist of it? So I do remember you, Bonsai Shibe. I know you can also simul-stream to both platforms, but I think that causes problems. I'm not sure how to set that up. Like, I could figure it out, but I know simul-streaming oftentimes can cause issues. I would also have to have like both chats open at the same time, and it just becomes a headache to try to moderate and like pay attention to both chats at the same time. I think you need to wait until it's in the shop at some point in the future. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous that there's no way to just buy the cosmetic that you want. Like, even like I can't even buy it. Like, even if I wanted to pay you money, I can't buy it. All right. Anyway, so yeah, the gist of it is it's standard. It is a mass reanimator deck. If you remember Rally the Ancestors, it's similar to that. And I'm practicing it in anticipation of Regional Championship Minneapolis, which I'm going to in 1 week. So I need to get a bunch of practice. Well, I've got tons of practice with it in terms of like I've played the deck a whole bunch already, but I need practice with it in terms of I need to see what the metagame is like right now, especially since with the advent of Corey Steelcutter. And I'm still trying to figure out the exact 75. Like this deck, the list is pretty close, but there are still like little changes here or there that I think I need to make. Okay, this hand's great. Any hand with 2 Gorehounds in it is amazing. Storm Chasers. But okay, so it's probably Izzet aggro with Steelcutter. So let's play Gorehound. Sounds like a fun deck to pilot. I always liked Reanimator strategies. Yes. Well, Reanimator and Rally are kind of different, but I understand what you mean. Light a hand. I can land for the turn. No blocks, obviously. All right, I'm not going to be inefficient and just play Gorehound. We're just going to play Zahir and get speed going. Swing. And then next turn I can go Bart Gorehound. I can actually go Bart Gorehound, hold Pylon up if I need to do that. There's Steelcutter. I will probably have to block the Monk token, or I guess the Otter. No, they're just gonna kill Zahir for the removal spell. Yeah. Then we take 5. I will take this. I'm not gonna sack Gorehound. There's Intent, so... Alright, let's go Gorehound. Trigger this one, see what we hit. Saw her in the graveyard. So now, do I want to Intent to get raised next turn? The problem is I'm not raising much back. I would be raising back a Gorehound and a Zahir, and that's it. So, not really. I could also just pile on here instead of casting Bart. So I'm looking at the same number of cards, and I can probably block some guys, although I'll have to sack Gorehound to do it. With the Prowess. They're gonna cast 2 spells next turn, and that's gonna make this 4 and 3, which means Bart can't block anything unless I sack Gorehound. Almost pile on here is just so lame. Like, I pile on Steelcutter, then they go spell, back for 5 again. I think I just played Bart. Once again, Zahir to the grave. Vermin. And then we do need to get speed up for when we eventually raise these back. So, make sure to hit them. No idea what's going on in Standard besides red aggro and steel cutter being pretty good. It's a bunch of horseshit, basically. The format is awful. And Wizards just refused to ban anything in the last ban announcement. So we're bouncing Bart and picking up what now? Storm Chasers? Sure. Okay, so I'm about to take... let's see. Prowess is triggering on these guys. So this is 4, 7, 9. I'm about to go to 4. So unless I draw Raise, I'm dead. Pretty sure. All right, I guess let's allow this. I can't think of a particularly good reason to eat Gorehounds. Oh, wait, no, I miscounted. I forgot the second steel cutter. All right, I guess we just block one of these. Taking 7, go to 5. Problem is I can't intent and raise in the same turn, so... yeah, we'll just block some of the damage now. Okay. I need to be able to cast Raise next turn. So... I could go Gnome, Intent the Gnome. Or I could go Gnome, pile on killing one of the ones that has Steel Cutter on it, right? And then... yeah, so Gnome, and then 1, 2, 3, 4... oh, no, I can't do pile on plus Diabolic this turn. I can go Gnome, Bart, Surveil. Or I can just go Bart, Surveil, see what we get. I can go... I think the play is play Bart and Market Gnome, and then I have 3 blockers plus pile on. All right, let's do that. So, Bart. Veil. Then that. Market Gnome. Veil. Then that. Alright, and then I have to have pile on up, so I can't attack to get speed up. Seems like sticking to Pauper was a good choice. Is it? The last time I played Pauper, that format also was awful. Although a bunch of changes have been made to it since then. Stock up, trigger a bunch of things. Though they have at least one more prowess trigger here with the talent. Have you tried Flesh and Blood yet? No, I have not. Storm Chasers, trigger, trigger, trigger. Yeah, and the Steel Cutters fucking trigger. Can I even survive this? Even if they don't play another thing? So we go block here, block here, block here. Then before damage, pile on this one. And take 4. Yeah, block. Pile on, targeting this one. First lightning, sure. Kill that. And then it doesn't matter, I'm dead, right? I'm taking 6, I can only gain 1 off the Market Gnome, and then we lose anyway. Alright. Deadly Dispute and Brood-Scale recently banned, and Prophetic Prism High Tide is back, so the format is diverse. I'll have to take your word for that, because I haven't played any of it since then. Alright, hang on. So, yeah, we're bringing in Voice of Victory because they're blue. We want... the problem is, like, Cathar Commando isn't even good against Steel Cutter, but I don't know if we want it or not. That is one of the things... I guess we definitely want Lockdown. Knight Errant. Let's see, aggro. So Oracle comes out, Gas Guzzler comes out, one of the Zahars comes out, and then... Avenger... Avenger's not really good on defense. Pylon is also... Oh, no, they're an aggro deck. We got to keep Pylon in. Okay, so there's one more cut. It's probably a Devotee or a Wicker Folk. Probably a Wicker Folk, unless they have Slick Shot. Or it's one Bart. Got a Bart. How do you feel about Corey being the breakout card of the set? What do you mean? Like, what do I feel about that they're, like, some random aggro prowess thing is the breakout card of the set instead of a dragon? Or, like, there's a lot of different ways you can take that. I think we do this. And I don't think is Terror Tide good against them? The problem, no, it's not. Because the problem is against Corey Cutter, you Terror Tide and then they just go spell and they make the prowess token again. So it doesn't actually help. That's why Temp Lockdown. This is also one of the reasons I'm debating just playing a third Lockdown instead of Terror Tide. Alright, let's do Leyline of the Void is in Standard. Was that in Foundations? It's in Duskmourn, I think is where the ley lines are from. Alright, on the play, this is fine. Keep this. We do have a tap land. Alright, play Vermin. Mill ourselves. Sure. No effect, you say. Ooh, raise. Okay. Combat. Swing. Okay, and let's play Wicker Folk. Are they going to shoot Vermin right now, or like what are we doing here? I do need to keep a land so that I can raise. So we're gonna keep Courtyard. No, because next turn's gonna be Vermin Freebooter. So we're gonna keep Bleachbone so that we can play Dalcoven next turn into the Bleachbone. Yeah. I've had a lot of scenarios where I've seen like where I have 3 lands in hand and there's lands on top of my deck, and I surveil and I'm like, oh, I'll get rid of them. Like, we'll draw a 4th land at some point, and then you just never do. But you really can't afford to just dunk all the land. Like, if you see the 4th land, you keep it. Coppergeddon was also had Mono Black Garden win, which was interesting. That does sound interesting. All right, so now we have no reason not to just attack them. So swing. All right, play Vermin. Target ourselves. Freebooter Ellis. Play Freebooter. Braid on Wicker Folk, sure. And play Encampment Pass. Alright, so I need them to tap out so that they don't have Spell Pierce up. Ori Cutter. Alright, so if they want that, they gotta play another spell. Okay, good. And they actually don't have a good attack here because we can just block and kill the thing. We have this in our grave? Yeah, okay. Will they attack? Probably not. Oh, they will. All right. Block. Trigger. Intent on top. Yeah, we'll keep that. All right, cast Raise. Triggers. Kill ourselves and then Surveil. We want a creature in the yard, and if I keep this, I can go Intent, but then we do have Bartolome, but That's actually probably fine. Even though we're not getting that much back. I think that's fine. It does let me raise again, putting 3 more cards into play, and then Bartolome can get a draw off the Market Gnome, plus 3 freebooters. So it deals a bunch of damage to them, and we get to scry and draw. Stock up. I think one of the better... I do think a nice play pattern that I'm noticing now that I didn't before is I thought we would be like a lot worse against the Steel Cutter decks because they get to play Spell Pierce and whatnot, but they actually a lot of times have to tap out on their own turn so that they can trigger the Steel Cutter. I assume Ellis is about to die if they've got a removal spell. Yeah, Torch Ellis. That sucks. Oh well. If they attack, we are 100% blocking. Yeah. Okay. So now, the best move... What is our best move here? If we attack them, they can block a freebooter, and then... this coming back triggers Gorehound again. So yeah, it is correct to hit them first. Let's go combat. Swing. All right. So then damage. Doesn't matter what we scry. So then Diabolic Intent, eat the vermin. Kill the monk token. Then go grab raise. Then cast raise. So then this stuff comes back and we want to order it. So we mill first and then surveil. So mill. All right, then bin that. Bin that. Bin that. And bin that. Okay. Can I cast raise if I draw it? I can go sack, sack, sack. I have 4 treasures. And then sack Market Gnome. So I can actually do that. So let's go ahead and sack Freebooter. The odds that we hit it are pretty bad, but the odds that we hit something we want to play this turn are actually pretty good. So, sack Freebooter. I'd also like to sack stuff now before this is has a low enough toughness that they can like respond by torching it. And that. All right, they're just conceding. I would have sacked Market Gnome to see if we drew anything relevant, and then if not, just passed. Oh, I took out Oracle. Right, I can't count on having that. All right, so this seems fine. I don't know. So previously it was always correct to cut Oracle against the red aggro decks because you would just never, if you were ever surviving long enough for Oracle to be relevant, that means you won the game anyway. And like having a card that you just couldn't play most of the time in your hand was terrible. But against them, against the Izzet aggro deck, I don't know. Are they slower? It doesn't seem like it. Like that particular game was slower, but I don't think in general they are. I just feel like Cathar Commando here has to be terrible. You're paying 3 mana to kill a Steel Cutter that probably already triggered at least once. Pylon is also horrendous. Pylon against all the tokens is pretty bad, but you do want it because sometimes you just need it to survive. And if they're playing Slick Shot, which I assume they are, you need it for that too. So yeah, this is probably still correct. If I might ask you for the boys, why do you have different names on different platforms, right? So you're like, you're Bonsai Shibe on Twitch, but you're For the Boys on YouTube. Any particular reason? All right, Storm Chasers. Play Market Gnome. Market Gnome is so great against aggro decks. Blocks really well, and even if they kill it, that's fine. Unless they torch it, but then they have to sack a token or Storm Chasers at the very least. Or they have to attack, we block, and then they torch it. I think the Twitch name came up when I was playing the card game Cards with a K, which is a World War II themed, and I mainly played the Japan faction, and this account is almost 10 years old. Gotcha. I don't know. I try to just have it be that I just have the same username everywhere. Okay, so I can play Bartolome, but then I only have one sack. And if they like torch Bartolome, I kind of have to sack the gnome, or I just don't sack and just Bartolome just dies. So alternatively, I could play Market Gnome and pass. And then when I untap with Bartolome, then I can just have multiple things in play to sack at instant speed, plus hold up Pylon. And I think that might actually be the better pick. I could also intent, but then if they have Spell Pierce, it's so horrible for me. I think we just play Market Gnome and pass. Yeah, so their turn 2 did nothing. So presumably they either have Spell Pierce or more likely removal spell, like Torch the Tower, and there was just nothing worth hitting with it. Man, it's pretty incredible how much worse their deck is when they don't have Steel Cutter on turn 2. Alright, well now they have it. So now are they gonna torch? Yeah, stacking talent. Alright, and then we just block Steel Cutter. Kept it on top. And they're just attacking here. Yeah. I mean, why not attack with both? Like, so what if I block it? Like, what does it matter? All right, sure. Okay. So if I go Bart Freebooter, now we're one card short. Or I could intent now, but then if they have Spell Pierce, we're fucked. Actually, okay, so I have a 4th land. So I could play Freebooter intent. That sounds bad too. Or I can go Freebooter, hold up Pylon, and then go block Pylon. We have like nothing in our graveyard anyway for intent to matter. I guess I could intent for Temp Lockdown. That might actually be the play here. Let's go Freebooter. And then eat the Freebooter. And Scry's irrelevant. And then let's go grab Lockdown. There he is. And back to them. And then we can just block, have our guy get killed. And then we have enough mana to pay for Spell Pierce if that's what they have. Alright. Well, block here. No, they're not going to play any spells? Okay, I am so confused then. Is their hand just like all counter spells? Alright, let's play Voice. Not even your own turn, it's any turn. So they can double spell now. Alright, play Bart, and then we'll just pass with Pylon up. Like, if they had stock up, they would have played that. If they had removal, I assume they would have just shot Market Gnome. That result. Is Oculus still around in Standard? It is. That's another one of our bad matchups. All right, I would like to retain Bartolome if possible, so... Wing. Okay, the best move here is probably Market Gnome blocks the Otter, Pylon the Monk token. Yeah, let's do that. And then I assume they'll want to cast a spell here to pump their guys and to get another token off of Quarry Cutter. Although why they didn't do that prior to attacking, I don't know. So that leads me to believe that their hand must be like counter spells or like something that is not good in this board state. Are they going to try to kill Voice with like a Torch the Tower, or what are we doing? Torch the Tower, eating the Otter token. All right, so then we go Pylon, target this Monk, if they respond to that. And then let's see the Spell Pierce. No. All right, bin the... Ooh, actually, do I bin Market Gnome? It gives me another draw and puts another counter on Bart, so I don't think I do. The only way that fails is if Bart dies here. Actually, no, I'll bin it. Because then that'll allow me to activate Dalcoven. Yeah, let's go ahead and bin it. And then Bart eats Voice. All right, then that resolves. That fizzles out. Back to us, you say. Okay, that's interesting. Oh man, okay, so I can go activate Dalcoven's Swing, and then they can block. So they didn't Torch when they had the chance, so that tells me they probably don't have another one. So then I could go Dalcoven, swing with Market Gnome only, and just make Bart really big. It makes me not be able to pile on, but that's okay. I mean, if they want to Torch, they can sack their token. This is rough. All right, let's activate Encampment. Go to combat. I go swing, block. They don't have Torch. This is a free attack. Make some 1/1s. Yeah, then sack the one that they're blocking. Damage, we take 5, and then before this dies, we sack it. And have this to block. Over to them. Now we're a 5/4, so they need multiple burn spells to kill it. Winter Night Stories, you say? Sure. Draw 3, discard, unless you discard a creature, which their deck I can't imagine is too many cards. Cards, land. Desk Oculus is pretty good, just gets bad hands a lot. This deck actually seems super fun to play, just a lot of tokens and paper. It's not that many. Do they want to attack? The fact that they're questioning whether they want to attack is a really good sign for us. All right, they're just not attacking. All right, I don't see a reason not to just keep... They could have actually harmonized this, right? This was a 3/3? Yeah, they could have harmonized it and they chose not to. So I think I keep activating this. Combat, swing. Block here. Okay. Kill your monk token. Then we will sack this. Sack this. And then I'm not going to sack Gnome. Well, the only thing... So they have Core Cutter for haste. Yeah, I'm not sacking the Gnome. They have to just have, like Spell Pierce Negate in their hand. I can't imagine what they could have in their hand that they're not casting. How do you layer your triggers with the Raise the Past deck? It's usually all the Surveils on the bot. So Mill's always at the top. It depends on which cards you have, obviously. So like anything that mills you without you being able to control it is going at the top, and then you're putting all the Surveils below that. If you're gonna draw a card, you put it at the bottom so that you Surveil or Scry as many times as possible before you draw. Unless you're not looking for a specific card, but you're looking for potentially multiple cards, in which case you stack it so that the draws are in between the Surveils in an equidistant, in an equal effect. So like if let's say you have 8 Surveils and then 2 draws, you go Surveil 4 times, draw, Surveil 4 times, draw. Scries also operate similarly, because sometimes you want to see a bunch of cards and you want to put more cards in the graveyard with Surveil, but you don't necessarily want to put Raise in the graveyard, but you'd still like to be able to go through it. So you can stack it so that the Scries are in between the Surveils, so that you can Scry Raise to the bottom and then keep Surveiling. All right, what are we doing? If I play Ellis, I can't activate Dalkoven this turn. Unless we draw a land. I can also pile. So this Bartolome being huge is pretty relevant, except that if they have this town, which they obviously do. Like the moment they find a this town, then this just gets reset and we're boned. So I think we're done activating Dalkoven. So what am I doing? I'm almost certainly not going to pile on this turn, so maybe I should just sack Market Gnome. Play Ellis. Back the Gnome, trigger, take the damage. If we draw a land, I'm doing this in case we draw a land. We did not draw a land. All right, combat. Going with Bart. Jump with the otter token, Then we're gonna play Wicker Folk. Let's leave caves in case I draw white. In case I draw, yeah. Tap these and play Wicker Folk. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna draw anything. What am I talking about? It doesn't matter. So gain a life, Surveil 2. Just looking for Raise at this point. There's Raise. Ah, sure. Puts the card on the bottom. Valarian Terror. Okay, so it's that version of the deck. They could cast Winter Knight for 1. Yep. So then Quarry Cutter, triggers. It does tap down their Terror at least. Okay, Lockdown's not as good against them. Discards another Terror. And at this point, they have no reason to tap out their blue source. They also know that we kept a card on top. There's another blue source. Quarry Cutter again. All right, how are we blocking? Probably just trade Ellis for this. Or actually, I don't know. Do we? So if I go Pylon, tap, 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 I've got 2 mana open to pay for Spell Pierce, unless they have Negate, in which case that doesn't work. Also, I can't kill them, right? I would go back Wicker Folk. They take 1, they go to 11. This is at 9. I'm 1 short. Actually, no, that's not true. Because I have the soldier tokens. All right, we'll just take the 3 here. Okay, so now if I go... This has prowess, so they would have to... Okay, let's say attack with everything, right? Let's say I go swing all. This is 8, 10, 11. They absolutely have to block, because if they don't, they're dead. So they just chump Bartolome, right? And then we don't have anything going on. Alternatively, I activate Dalcoven, attack. They chump block Bartolome. They take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 when the soldiers die. And they're still not dead. And then I have no blockers. But I'm probably not going to be dead next turn. But that's not a sure thing. Or I go tap Ellis, tap Wickerfolk, tap down 2 thing, tap 2 lands, pile on this token. They can just negate it. If they have negate. If they don't have... Let's say they can't do that. We pile on, kill this. Yeah, I'm running out of time. Oh, well. Let's activate here. I think that's probably the best shot at being able to actually do anything. Because I was thinking, like, if I attack with Ellis and they want to kill it, they would have to cast a spells to trade, and then we'd cast Raise, but they have no reason to do that. Oh, do they actually have a spell? First Lightning. All right. Attack Ellis. Why am I not able to sack this? Because my time ran out? That's so great. Thank you. I thought I did that in time, but it just didn't let me. Swing. All right, then they chump here. Do they have another kill? Oh, no, op, sure. Oh, they make 2 tokens. Why does the deck run Lockdown? Doesn't hit pretty much every creature you play. It does. You need it against aggro. You need it so that you can kill most of their board. You need to kill their board, and you need to kill their board in a way that doesn't allow them to trigger Heartfire Hero. And in this case, you also need to be able to get rid of Corey Steelcutter. So, and a lot of times, again, the aggro matchups, you can maneuver the match in such a way that you block that you like trade all of your guys in combat. So by the time you cast Lockdown, all your guys are dead anyway. Although I will say, sometimes you do just have to cast a Lockdown into your guys being killed by the Lockdown. So we could actually just lose here, right? They cast multiple spells. These all get prowess. I block like Terror or something, and then we take a bunch of damage. It's so fucking ridiculous that this thing also triggers on your opponent's turn. Crazy. So at the very worst, like, okay. Storm Chasers, trigger a bunch of times. All right, the move was definitely not to cast my own Lockdown there. I guess the move would have been not activate Encampment and instead just have Pile-On open. I don't know. Now they get a thing back, which I guess is Torch. Yeah, and then they kill Wickerfolk and we lose. Yeah. Oh, I guess people were asking about trigger layering. Okay, so I have a whole video discussing... I have a whole primer video on this deck discussing how you do the triggers, but here is the trigger order. So when you raise and you've got a bunch of triggers coming back, the triggers that you have coming back are going to be any one of the following depending on whichever creatures you're getting back. You've got Martyr Devotee, Scries, you've got Wreckage, Wickerfolk, Surveils. You have Oracle might be in the graveyard, so you could have that. Also, if Speed is on and you bring back multiple legends, including Zahir, if any of those if you have multiple copies of any one individual legend, it's going to die, and therefore you're going to get Zombie Creation trigger. and you've got the Vermin Mill and the Gorehound Surveils. So, if you have more than one Raise the Past in the graveyard, you are usually putting Oracle's Shuffle the Cards Back into your deck trigger on top of anything else, except for the... actually, let me rephrase. The mill is almost always going on top, because you want cards milled out of your deck before you make any other decisions. Then, right below that is Oracle's Shuffle the Cards Back into your deck trigger, which is usually used to get back Raise. Sometimes you'll get back, like, Pile On, or Knight Errant if you brought that in or whatever, but it's usually just get back Raise. Then, all of the remaining triggers are some variation of Scry or Surveil, so you get to stack those so that you dig towards the raises that you just got back into your deck. If you have death triggers from the Zahir creating zombies, then it's relevant if you stack those lower than certain other triggers, because they're going to create zombies, which is going to trigger Gorehound and give you more Surveils. So, at this point, sometimes this deck plays Enduring Innocence, sometimes it doesn't. So if you've got anything that causes you to draw a card, you usually put that on the bottom so that you can see the maximum number of cards before you draw. However, let's say you have... because you're usually just trying to dig for Raise and then draw. But let's say you don't necessarily have a bunch of creatures in your graveyard, and you want to surveil as much as possible to put more creatures in your graveyard. But what happens if you've got, like... what if there's like 1 or 2 creatures in your yard and you want to put more in, but then the first or second or whatever card that you see is Raise the Past? Well, you don't want to surveil Raise the Past away. So if that's the case, then you will take any of your draw triggers that you have, or Scries from Mardu Devotee, and you will stack them equidistantly in between all the Surveils. So let's say you have 8 Surveils, and you have 2 draw triggers, or you've got 2 Scry triggers or whatever, then in that case you will go 4 Surveils, then Scry or Draw, then 4 Surveils, then Scry or Draw. If you don't have that many raises in your graveyard, and instead you chose to loot with Oracle, that will also apply there. Oracle looting will be a draw as well. You'll treat it as a draw. What if you have no cards in your hand and you have Oracle and you're going to loot? If that's the case, you're basically just looting a card into your graveyard, so you want the maximum chance that it's just going to be a creature that you loot away, which means you're either going to put this on top because you have no idea what you're going to draw anyway, so you want to draw it first so that you don't get all the way down to Raise and then have to draw and discard it, or you're going to place it like somewhere in the middle of the Surveil triggers. And then if Wicker Folk is one of your triggers, you'll put that on the bottom because you're more likely to want to surveil away one thing than 2 things at a time. So you put this on the bottom so you get the most information at the bottom of the stack. Ellis's Gain Life trigger, doesn't matter what order you put them in. However, sometimes your opponent might have a removal spell that they can use to kill Ellis at instant speed before you do any of this stuff, in which case you have to think about the relevancy of the zombie token creation in regards to anything else, because they might respond to one thing that you do versus not another thing that you do. So you do also want to make sure that like the zombie token's triggering. Also, if like one of your cards is Enduring Innocence, then the zombies entering are going to trigger the Innocence. So you have to usually put those like at the bottom of the stack as well in that case. I think that's all the relevant triggers. A lot of the times it doesn't matter too much because you can oftentimes just bring back a Market Gnome, and then you can use Zahir or Bart to sack the Market Gnome with all your Surveil triggers on the stack so that you just draw Raise and you don't have to worry about all this ordering, but the ordering does matter. All right, let's get back to matches. Seems interesting, especially with all the different play patterns and options depending on what's in the graveyard. Yep. One of the big problems with the deck, though, is that it does not have a good ability to just, like, turbo mill yourself. So there's, like, the Golgari graveyard deck that's in Standard right now, or, like, the Insidious Roots decks that will just play a ton of milling, self-mill. Especially, there's a bunch of black and green creatures that do that as well, and this deck doesn't want any of those. All right, this hand's not keepable, so well, this hand is keepable. We will put back a Swamp. Bloom, Blazemire Verge. Okay, so it's the Rakdos. It's either Rakdos aggro or it's the Monument deck. So let's play Freebooter. Swamp. FOMO. Discard a land. I'll 100% block if they attack with it. Okay, no. Do I want to play Bart or do I want to play Wreckage Wickerfolk? Probably Wreckage Wickerfolk because it sets me up to have a better raise next turn. Although nothing is blocking FOMO that well. Because they have cards that eat this and then this is a 3-2. That's fine. Now let's play Wickerfolk. Okay, put 1 land in the yard and keep 1 land because we need 4 land. Actually, do we even need 4 lands? Because we're going to get a treasure token. I guess I probably could have binned that, but either way, neither one of those is helping me get towards my creature count. FOMO again. Discards another land. Are they going to torch this? Yeah, because you can go torch, sack the roll token, kill Wickerfolk, and then we don't have good blocks, and this is exiled. All right. Well, they're just going straight to combat, so block here, block here. And they obviously have something. All right, well, they just had torch anyway. Well, then why not just do it before combat? Well, then. So they've got 2 types here. I'm probably better off casting Pylon than Bart. To get most stuff into the graveyard as possible, because my raise next turn right now is awful. So pass. Alright, block here. And then Pylon, Hex Mage. Kill that, mill over this and this. They do have 3 types in their yard now for FOMO, so that's relevant. Oh, they are playing Avenger, but they only have 1 creature. That's not that big of a deal. All right, I'm not going to play Raise this turn. I'm just going to play Bart because our Raise right now is truly fucking terrible, so I want to get at least 2 things. Scavenger's Talent. Creatures die, make a food. Whenever you sack a permanent, target player mills 2. Okay. Make a token. So go to blocks. We're going to block here, kill FOMO off. And then, yeah, sack this. Trade there, take a bunch of damage. And this triggers, they're obviously going to mill themselves and not me. Yeah. Mill land, mill... What is this? Rotten Mouth? Okay. Is there any reason to have Devotee in play first? No. So, raise, get back 3 guys. Not great, but what can you do? Alright, bin these. Play Devotee. Trigger. Nope. Want more raises. Is it good to have Wickerfolk? Wickerfolk is going to dig us 2 cards deeper. So they go... Is this a permanent? A permanent. So the treasure counts as well. So this is going to make a lot. I'm going to have to trade with it. It's usually better if you don't have raise to just bin it, but we don't have much going on. All right, let's do that. And then over to them. They go sack, mill 2 more. And I get to FOMO, attack. Yeah. No, they didn't bother to do it. And they're not attacking with FOMO. Interesting. We do actually have to trade with this. So they're untapping Avenger. Sure. So declare blocks. We're going to block here, block here, block here, block here. And then I sack Gnome Devotee. Yeah. So sack the Gnome. And this blows up in my face if they have Torch or something. Sack Devotee. No, we are trading. Okay. And this triggers, mills them more. What's the final mode do? End step, you may sack 3 other non-lands. If you do, return a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Rotten Mouth. Use up to 1 non-land, sack it, or discard, or lose 4. Okay, we'll just lose 4. Urban Mirth, yep. Mill. Holy crap, Raise the Past. All right, this is not even that good either, but we're gonna do it. Raise. So now, yeah, Surveil, Scry. And that. Pile on we want, so keep that. Stack Gnome. Draw the pile on, then keep surveilling. Spin that, and then scry. There's another raise. If I keep Gnome on top, that assumes Bart survives, which is not a guarantee. We're gonna pile on and bin it anyway, though, so that's fine. Okay. So keep that. And then we just pass to them. Enters or attacks, so we do have to pile it on before it attacks. Spiteful X-Mage. Final Vengeance. Well, that sucks. All right. Back 3 non-lands, return a creature from the graveyard with a finality counter on it. So that's going to be Avenger. This is Exile, right? Yeah. And now I don't have another sack outlet in my yard. Boy, that sucks. Okay, we're going to want to control mode this, and we're going to want to pile on the Viper. And tap here, here, and here, and the land. Then resolve this. Kill him. Bin the Gnome. And then I'm going to want to sack these because we're raising them anyway. So resolves. So then Vengeance goes off. Eats our dude. And then they get to attack with FOMO. So block. And they get to attack again. Then Wickerfolk dies in combat. And now they get to sack Hexmage plus the 2 food tokens to get back presumably Avenger. Yeah. Jesus Christ, what is all the triggers going off of this thing? I did think about playing Scavenger's Talent in this deck as well, but we just are not set up to use it either. All right, raise again. This is our 3rd one. Yeah. And this time we don't have a sack outlet, which is a huge problem. But we do have a bunch of looks. So this is going here. Did he just mill 3 cutters? He milled a cutter. Mill a land. Mill a land. 3 lands in a row. 4 lands in a row. Diabolic Intent. Fuck me. It can't be Diabolic Intent because we can't raise next turn if we do that. So, yeah, we got a minute. Mardu. I mean, we can if we block with Market Gnome, but let's just keep surveilling. Get as much stuff in the graveyard as possible. All right, Wickerfolk, bin this, bin this. We do only have 1 raise left in our deck. So the odds that we get to it are pretty bad, but what can we do? So we know the bottom 4 So we have 21 cards to get through, and we have 2 draws off these gnomes. Oh yeah, and then they just untap them. Actually, are we just dead? Yeah, because they're just going to make 10 million blockers, right? So... block, 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 block. I guess I could kill it, right? I can... hang on. I can quad block it. The FOMO... hang on. The FOMO is choosing this, right? Yeah. So we can go block, 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 block. Although, unfortunately, we don't get to draw a card in that case. But kind of need to do that so that we don't just die to the second attack. And then we take 8 and go to 4. Yeah, all right. I'm surprised they didn't just sack the food token to get to mill 2 and get even more stuff in their yard before they attack here. So yeah, these trade. What makes the 1/1s attacking me? Avenger. Where is it? What's in exile? Avenger does. So then they get back another huge thing that's a problem. Whatever that is, rotten mouth. I can't take the 4 damage, but I do get to just sack a gnome, which is helpful. Are they milling me? They're milling me in the hopes that I mill out Rays? Okay. Back gnome. Oh, choose 1 land. Yeah, pick this one. Lose 0. Cannot believe they chose to mill me. Oh, they're gonna try. Oh, can they just kill us right now? How many fucking mills do they have? It's 2 mills per thing, right? Are we gonna die here? They can sack 2 food tokens. Or 8 cards? No, they can't actually kill us. Okay. So Bart, Zahir, Ellis. Boom! Trigger. Here's Oracle on the top. How many cards do they have in their deck? 28? Hang on. This goes below that. Below the vermins. Oh my god, where is it? Okay. So, put this on top, put this on top, put this on top. Then everything here, where is this? This should be on top. What is happening? Where's my Oracle trigger? Put this first. Oh, you suck. All right. We gotta fucking do this manually, apparently, because it's just refusing to shortcut it to the top for some reason. Where is it? There it is. Triggers. Shuffle. Put these back. Target you. How many freebooters do we have in play right now? Just 1? How do we just have 1? Oh, because one of them's... Yeah, alright. Mill you. Mill you. Mill you. I don't think it actually matters, but... Mill them. Alright, then we gain a bajillion life off... I mean, they're just dead, right? Actually, no. They're at 15. How many creatures do we have in play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not... oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They're dead. Alright. Thankfully, they're just conceding without making us manually go through it. Alright. So... I mean, they do care about their graveyard a lot, right? So Leyline of the Void comes in. Terror Tide comes in. Lockdown does not hit it doesn't hit Avenger, and it doesn't hit Rotten Mouth. It does hit everything else though, including Scavenger's Talent and Mirth and all of that. So I probably want it. And then their black red, so their graveyard hate is either Leyline or it's one of the artifacts. So we can put in Cathars as a hedge against that. What's bad against them? They're aggro. So Gas Guzzler. I do want Oracle in this matchup. Let's cut Wicker Folk, Devotee. One of the Ellises, one of the Barts, one Zahir. And then we can put Knight Errant in and we're good. Is Vermin good against them? What can we kill with Vermin? Actually, we can't kill shit with Vermin, right? Yeah, let's go down to 1 Vermin and let's see. A Gas Guzzler is okay, and a Wicker Folk. Let's do that. You approach tournaments with a written sideboard guide for yourself to save yourself the mental stress during the games. I only use a written sideboard guide if I haven't played enough with the deck. So like if I don't have enough practice with the deck and I don't actually know what should be brought in and out intuitively, then I do. But this deck, I've played it for so long that I would not use a sideboard guide for it. Okay, anyway, this hand's obviously not keepable. This hand is much more oh my god, Leyline of the Void in hand. We're 100% keeping this. And we're going to put away Bart. Yeah. All right. Submit Leyline. Get fucked, opponent. They're black-red, so I don't think they have a single answer to this. So their FOMO... Actually, no. Can Final Vengeance kill enchantments? It can, can't it? Yep, take 2 from here. Dreams of Steel and Oil. All right, which one are they going to take? I would take probably just Zahir to prevent me from playing a creature on turn 2. Okay, so if they're not doing that, then I guess they probably think that they can't kill us fast enough, or they just have removal for Zahir, so it doesn't matter. There's Raise. All right, play Zahir. Attack equal to the number of creatures. So they could attack and use it. Are they going to? Probably. Oh, wait, no. If they use it, then they only have 1 creature left, right? 40. And they Scryed. Okay. Boy, would it suck to flash in a Cathar Commando just to block this thing, but that's probably what we're doing. Alright, flash this guy in. Block here. Alright, trade, take 1 from the token. Avenger, that attacks for 2. Okay, I'm not casting Raise on this, so we're just going to play Zahir. And pass the turn. Whenever I play casually, I just guess what's probably the best side in and out, and it's kind of annoying, but I don't consider myself to be that good of a player to even know after a lot of games. I think here I'm just like, you just practice enough and then eventually you just figure it out. Swing, make no tokens, don't block. 2 cards left, what are we doing? Presumably killing Zahir, given what they're looking at. Torch. Yeah. Okay, pile on it is. I guess we're piling on Hexmage. Actually, it's probably still this guy because he's so much harder to kill on defense. All right, back to them. Alright, pile on Avenger. Dead. Mill some creatures over. And they are not playing anything. Ooh. All right, I'm not in immediate need of casting Raise, so let's just cast Wicker Folk. Surveil some more things in. All right, I guess we're surveilling some lands in. And we'll just block here and then Raise. I guess I do have to be wary of Duress, potentially. Ellis, you say? They can attack, and then before Ellis blocks, sack to kill it. It's probably pretty greedy to not just Raise in this situation, so let's go ahead and Raise now. I also like to play optimized, but also restrained by budget and personal preference. Like in Pauper, I'm not buying 4 Thermokarsts for $30, rather jam 4 Stone Rain with mythical archive art. Yeah, well, I mean, that's such a minor upgrade that, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I can't keep this. Small. I guess we're keeping this. And putting back one of the land... We're putting back Dalcoven? Or... No, just one of the plains. Alright. Vermin. Millis. Land. Fantastic. Hopper Line Gorge. Okay, it is the mice deck. Ooh. So Monstrous Rage means that this doesn't trade with this anymore. Okay, Wreckage Wicker Folk. Surveil. Bart, keep the land. And over to them. So if this swings, we double block it, so that if they rage, we still trade with it. Another Heartfire hero. Okay, well, play Vermin. Target ourselves. Mill 2 more creatures. Excellent. No attacks. All right. Starting off pretty good against aggro. Land number 3. Flick Shot. No attacks, though. All right. Cast Raise. So now we get speed. Yeah, bin 2 lands. And here I am attacking with the Vermins. So I could kill one of these guys. I have to sack both Vermins to kill Slick Shot. Well, let's just swing here and see how they block. If they block. Kind of sad too, there are other land destruction spells in Uncommon at 1GG and 2G. Would really be nice to have them available in Pauper, but I guess they don't want to reprint land destruction spells much. I mean, yeah, but you can just play Stone Rain, that's fine. I mean, if they block in any way, it's really bad for them. Because then I can just go to damage, and if they respond before damage, then I just sack them and kill their guy before they get anything out of it. I guess technically I didn't need to attack with both, but I feel like not attacking with both would give them a relatively easy just block and slick shot, but I don't know. I think that's probably fine. Okay, priority on them. So any triggers I can respond to. So if they like try to target one of their heart fires, I can just shoot it. There's another slick shot. And they're just casting it. They're not plotting it. Okay. Well, let's declare blocks. Let's block here. And here. And here. And here. This means if they want this one to survive, they have to cast Monstrous Rage on it, in which case I can vermin it in response. All right. Blocks. Turn inside out on this one. All right, well, we will respond by Bart, sack vermin, target it. Snakeskin Veil, targeting it as well. Okay, we will once again. Vermin. It is targeting that, right? Yeah, okay. That deals no damage. Gets counter, and all this resolves. So we do take a bunch of damage off of this slick shot, but otherwise, these trade, this dies. Okay. We get to retain one of our wicker folks. This deals 1 damage, sure. Then it's back to our turn. Okay, so if I go, I'm gonna play this freebooter for sure. So this is activate Delcoven. That's 2, 3, 7, 10, 11, 12. They're not quite dead. Activate here, go to combat, swing here and here. Now let's just go ahead and sack freebooter now. All right, what's on top? Raises on top. Fantastic. Hit. And beat up. Then sack the tokens. And we still have a blocker. That seemed like an insane trade for you. Yeah, it was. But they only have 2 spells, so yeah, block. Monstrous Rage, okay. Yep, that resolves. I will absorb 3 damage of that, go to 11. I mean, you're dead on the backswing unless you got something. Chalice Sellsword targeting Bart for 6. Okay, I'll just sack this treasure token then. Oh wait, no, it's gonna get pumped first. Right. Oh, okay, sure. Well, that was a mistake on my part, but we can just do this and they'll probably concede in response. How many freebooters am I getting back? 1. Okay. Raise. This comes back. Mill ourselves. I want to draw Avenger. Not really. And bin these lands. All right, combat. Attack with Zahir. Max speed. And over to them. They are super dead. Yep. Okay, aggro. Mice. Lockdown, Terror, Knight Errant. I think that's it. Out, Oracle, Gas Guzzler, one of the Zahirs, Avenger on the draw. That should be all. I don't know. Is Avenger bad? It is a really good blocker. What would I cut instead of it? One of the Barts? Nah, it probably is just correct to take it out. All right. One other cool thing in Pauper is Goblin Combo is back. Is it any different than it was before? Like, are there new additions to it? Or is it just, it's back because the metagame changed or something? Okay, I think it's still correct to play Gorehound first. Even though we take damage from this. I was considering, like, should I play Devotee first so that I can filter the color? But I think it is still correct to just play Gorehound first. Yeah. Alright, now we're gonna play Gnome. Actually, there's no way we're blocking with Gorehound, so let's just attack them. So that if they shoot this in response, then whatever. Then they do it before damage. Okay, take that. Play Market Gnome. Prevail. Probably been anything that's not a land here. Yep. That's actually great to have in the graveyard. Amuda, the most known player for the deck, runs it with 4 Exhumes and 4 Trolls, I think, to speed it up. Also, it's not slower than Brood Scale since it got banned, so that made it viable again. Alright, block here. Do they have Torch the Tower, and that's why they did that? Yeah, okay. Well, that sucks. I could have piled on this turn. So that being the case, we are going to play Devotee first for sure. They're also very low on cards. Triggers. Prevail before you scry. Is the overwhelming likelihood, yeah, is that you're going to want to bin the thing. We do need lands. Those are some lands. Yeah, okay. So now we just have 2 lands in a row. So that's good. And then we'll play Freebooter. All right, and at this point, I'm not going to attack them. And the reason is that if we actually get to the point in the game where we raise and we get a bunch of stuff back, we're probably just going to win in that scenario. Whereas dealing them 1 extra damage here and then potentially losing to something, like I've had tons of times where I've been like, oh, it's not going to be a problem if we, you know, if we attack here, and then you just die the next turn. All right, they have 1 card in hand, so let's assume it's Monstrous Rage. Then we want Rage on here because this will get killed easier. So we go block here and here. Yeah. Versus if it's here, we just take 5. No, we take 6. Yeah, all right, block like that. There's Rage. Yep. And then we trade. We get trampled a bit, and then they presumably score at our face. I imagine they could shoot the Gorehound, I guess, but they'll probably just shoot our face. If they kill the Gorehound, that's fine too. All right, shoot the Gorehound. Yeah, so keep that on top. Now we can get rid of this land. So then we go Devotee. I guess I could just raise now, right? What's in our graveyard? Yeah, let's just raise now. Boom. Ellis. Triggers. Gain a bajillion life. Surveil a bunch. So been that. I guess the last turn I should have scryed away the land. Because I knew I was going to draw the second one anyway. Alright, there's another raise, so keep that. Put this on the bottom. And back to them. And we got a pylon open as well. Yeah, they're super dead. They just don't know it yet. I actually don't want to pylon right now, so let's go back to our turn. Alright, so Freebooter, or no, Bartolome. Surveil, gain a life. Surveil this away. I have the Freebooter, so I don't actually need another land right now. Play this guy. And I want to maximize the chances that I have another thing to surveil into the yard. Yeah. And then get rid of Wicker Folk and no, yeah, get rid of both. Actually, I'm gonna pile on and then I can put both those in the graveyard. Yeah, let's keep them both. Is there an attack here? I don't think so. Let's just pass. Another land. Activate. All right, go to combat and I'll respond to the trigger here. All right, pile on. Target this dude. Tap, tap. All right, and they're conceding to that. There's Peely Pala combo as well. Peely Pala is a common. Peely Pala. It is a common. Do you remember playing any deck where you just knew it's probably the most fun you ever had in MTG, like a deck that really intrigued you and just mesmerized you? Lantern Control in Modern. This hand's not great, but it's keepable. Alright, Guzzler. Boros aggro, okay. Yep. This is pretty rough. Alright, Elephil Core. And then I'll attack them to get speed up. They're not going to block. So if this gets double strike, I just don't block it. And then I play, I guess Dalcoven Encampment's going to come in tapped, right? Valley West Caller? Really? Okay. No blocks. All right, we go to 7. Okay, Guzzler can't attack anymore. I mean, I guess it technically can, but we're not gonna suicide attack it just to gain a speed. Opt the card. Okay, we probably need to just play 2 Market Gnomes and not Bart. And over to them. Mine is probably Ponza, although I hate the out of gas state you find yourself in sometimes, which is why I find it wild some people only play 2 Rumbles. I saw there's like the blue version of Ponza where they play Mold Drifter, or although that was before a bunch of new cards got printed, so I think there's like enough card advantage things in Ponza now that it's not really an issue. So they kept the card on top. They gave it trample. Wait, they gave it trample. Okay, so they don't have monstrous rage. So let's block here. And then just dual block here. All right, trade with one of your mice. Keep one on Market Gnome and draw a card. Lose some life. Draw. There's Gorehound. That's pretty nice. We draw land. We do draw land. Okay. So if I cast Diabolic Intent and eat the Market Gnome right now and go grab Raise, then what am I doing? I'm at 10 and I have 2 blockers. They don't have Monstrous Rage, so they double strike this thing or this thing, and then we block. I think we can live. We 100% have to cast Diabolic Intent. I guess the better move is to play Bart and then Diabolic Intent and eat the Bart and not Gnome, because Gnome blocks more trample damage. Yeah. So play Bart. Gain a life. Diabolic Intent. Eat the Bart. Feed to 3. Go grab Raise. Pass. So if they give this trample, we block it with Gnome. Emberheart Challenger. Okay. Try. Puts it on top. All right, what are we targeting and what are we giving? Targeting this one. Giving it trample. And here. And here. And here. All right, so this has trample. Okay, so the most damage we can block is here and here. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good to me. We're at 5. Gain a life off the Gnome. All right, Raise it is. Come back, creatures. Gain some life. Go to 10. And I cannot possibly afford to sack anything in this board state, so pass to them. Problem is we can't trade with this because it just fucking flings itself at us. Sheltered by ghosts. Wonderful. All right, what's getting sheltered? Ellis? Sure. Did you choose this deck for the RC because you enjoy the gameplay or because you think it has some specific edge in the meta? It's just because I enjoy playing it. I have gone to tournaments before. Like, I've gone to an RC before with the thought process of, I'm going to play the best deck, and then I still wound up losing anyway. So it's like, well, what the fuck am I playing this for? Like, I'm going to wind up losing anyway. Let's just play the thing that I actually enjoy. Okay, so this is taking us 7, so let's go block here. I need to kill this fucking mouse. Here, here. Then sack the Gnome. Draw, gain life. Back the Gnome. Alright. Damage. 5. That's dead. Cargo. Ooh, boy. I need to start gaining some life here. So I could get speed up, but that doesn't really help me right now. So let's go Ellis. And we probably want to play Vermin Market Gnome, because we're in a pretty precarious situation. Yeah, so let's go. The problem is we just cannot block this in any effective way. All right, play the Vermin. Gain some life, target ourselves. Mill. All right. Play the gnome. Take a damage. Gain the life back. And then no attacks. Although, am I blocking with this? Actually, let's just get speed to 4. Screw it. We have 4 blockers. That's good enough. Yeah. So now it gets, it becomes 8 power, double strike, and trample, so we're just screwed. Because I can't block and kill it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess let's just see what they attack with first. This is 16. So if I block it with Ellis, we're dead. So block, 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 block. Right? And then prior to damage, we sack Ellis and the rest of this stuff. And we have to draw Raise again. Yeah, that'll do it. All right. We may as well make them take some damage. So sack this. Ellis triggers, this triggers. Doesn't matter what I target here. Sack the gnome. Oh, wait. I didn't realize he was going to be this. Oh, he'll get killed by double strike, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I needed to not sack Market Gnome. I'm stupid. I think we were just dead anyway, though, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're dead anyway. If I'd kept Market Gnome alive, we would have absorbed 9 damage. So we're still dead. We did actually draw Raise. All right. So Knight Errant, Lockdown, Terror Tide. And this is a deck I actually, since they play Sheltered by Ghosts, I actually do want Felidar Cub. So let's get rid of Guzzler, Oracle, 1 Zahar, 1 Bart, Avenger. And then we got 2 more cards to cut. It's going to be Devotee or Wicker Folk. Let's cut... Wicker Folk. Yeah, so if I just sack Ellis so that the other thing doesn't get killed, then Bart is 6, Market Gnome is 3, so that's 9 defense. The thing does 16, so we take 7 and still die. Yeah. So there was no way out of that. All right, this is great. Keep this. Ooh, Gorehound. Now we're still going to play Zahar. Were you ever interested in the MTG lore? Yes, until War of the Spark, and then I realized they don't care about their own story. Oh, there's Rip. All right. So now let's play Gorehound. And just keep hitting them. Quest caller, that means freebooter doesn't do anything anymore. All right, take our turn. Sure, play Ellis. Veil trigger, pretty much binning anything that isn't Felidar Cub at this point. Yep, bin that. Alright, swing here and here. Is there a reason not to do that? I can surveil more. Let's just hit them. Sure. Raid? No, they're gonna rage, of course. The fact that this is a defensive card too is just so fucking insane. Alright, we cannot do anything until we find Felidar Cub, so let's just take our one surveil. Alright, bin this. Alright, we take 1 damage. Speed forward, not that it matters. I find this as Graveyard Hate so offensive. This, I'm not kidding. Rest in Peace is one of the worst design cards they've ever printed. It's so horrible in so many ways. All right, so now we take 6, right? They're targeting here, okay? Well, Vermin. Target them with the mill. Would we mill over? Oh, no! I wanted to bend that. No! Take some damage. Alright, no attacks. Targeting this. Okay. And this. That's double strike. And this has double strike. Alright, if they've got a response to this, whatever. Bubble block here. Yeah, okay, fuck this. Just go to the next game. Oh, I guess we lose. I also made a mistake. I should have brought in Cathar commanders as well. I don't know what I was thinking not doing that. They were white deck, obviously they have Rip as well. So needed to bring those in. I should have just cut like all the devotees and Wicker folks. Okay, this is all right, I suppose. All right, Caves is the only thing that can cast this on turn 1, so that, scrying, there's Raise, keep that. All right, so we have either Dimir Bounce or the Doomsday deck. The fact that it's Demolition Field leads me to believe it's the Doomsday deck. We have Zombie. Okay, so it's Reanimator. All right. named it blue. Card's Valgavoth. Yep. Alright, well, we're gonna lose. Yeah, and Valgavoth also shuts off our entire deck. Because it's also a Dothy Voidwalker. Oh my gosh. They're one turn short. Pickpaw. So maybe we can get some sort of action going here. I can't raise the moment this comes into play. I can pile on it and then sack my entire board and they all get killed and then he gets to cast all of them. So he goes Zombify Valgavoth. I have a Zahir, 2 other creatures, and then what? I guess if I sack this, I have 1 creature in the yard. If I pile on now, I would have to find the second pile on, which would be enormously difficult. So, because they're 100% getting this. I'm just thinking like, okay, so then I go pile on your Valgavoth, pay it. Alright, let's sack this. Put that in the yard. Combat. Swing, make 2 guys. Huh? Speed 2, this triggers. It's non-land permanents, right? Oh, come on, you also have cut down. At least we can pay the ward with all the tokens, right? If they do it now. Okay, so full control mode. We go... Yeah, alright. Sacrifice 3 non-lands. So we go combat, swing, triggers, pile on Valgavoth. That resolves. We sack this, and this. Kill Valgavoth. Bin 2 creatures. You're not blocking, and then we play Pathfind. Now, if they just have another reanimation spell, then I'm pretty sure we're completely fucked. No, they didn't. But they could have counters? Alright, attempt to go to combat with Avenger. Bitter Triumph. Paying the life so they go to 4 speed. Alright, attempt to cast Raise. Main deck counters. Revealing Meringue River Regent. Sure. Oh, we have another one. Zombify again. Yep. Okay, raise. And all these surveils don't work. Oh, they get the raise as well. Oh, fuck me. So we have to find pile on, basically. So we're looking for one specific card. I can't even draw it, right? Yeah. Actually, no, I can with Gas Guzzler. So we want to see the most amount of cards first. So we're going to scry first. Bin. There's a land. There's a land. Freebooter. Bartolome. Courtyard. Freebooter. Shuts off all my zombie making abilities. I mean, we have to try to find the second pylon or we just lose the game, so. Sack Devotee. Sack Gorehound. Actually, no, if I sack Gorehound, I can't even cast it this turn. I guess we pass. Oh, you pay the life? Okay. Grad 2 to the bottom. Plays Freebooter going to 8. Plays Bartolome going to 6. Plays Freebooter going to 5. But they gain life off of this, so it doesn't even matter. Yep. So they can sack these, and then they... How does this read? Card you didn't control will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere. So they can sack these and then exile them and replay them again? They're just passing. Alright, well, we have to find fucking pylon. So. If I untap and I don't find pylon, then I've got 1, 2, 3 chances to find it. Yeah. The only off chance that I do find... Okay, well. So play Market Gnome, and then we get 2 Surveil triggers. Yeah, it goes under there. Diabolic Intent. There we go. So done. Then we go Guzzler. Eat the gnome. Draw a card. Yeah, demo field. All right, float black. Resolve. Decline to take the action so we can draw our card. So draw. Diabolic Intent eating a Gorehound? Yeah. We'll grab Pylon. Play this. I have to sack all these guys in order to fucking even kill the thing. Insane. Like, what am I even thinking? We're so far behind even if we kill this that, yeah, we're just not going to win this. I don't know why I'm futzing around here. There's no shot that we win this. Okay, obviously Leyline of the Void. Voice, because they're a counterspell deck. They're blue and black, so if they do have their own graveyard hate, it's going to be in the form of an artifact. So Cathar Commando, Knight Errant, and then I think that's it. And then what am I cutting? Vermin doesn't kill anything. They also don't even have anything that Market Gnome blocks, so we just cut all the Market Gnomes. And we can cut 1 Bart. That looks correct. We'll never have enough Terror Tide creature count to actually kill their stuff. Valgavoth's a 9. I guess I hypothetically could get to that point, but that would mean we're like super late in the game top decking. So that just sounds awful. All right, let's do this. Oh, I guess I could have also brought in Stonebrain named Valgavoth. I mean, they'll have other things to reanimate, but like, Valgavoth's like the big problem. Yeah, I should have brought in Stonebrain. All right, that's fine. But we know they have Meringue River Regent. If they do have another creature, I would be surprised if they had like anything else that was a super big creature that they can reanimate. I can't really think of anything else that's in Dimir that you'd want to hit. Alright, let's play Zocker. Most damage that we can get if they don't block it. I also have just... Okay. These two. Alright, let's try to hit them. Caustic Exile, sure. Alright, play Avenger. Sewers. Leaves it on top. Okay, cast Wickerfolk. Trigger. Bin and Bin Dalkoven. Go to combat. Swing. Triggers. Alright, speed up, and then play Guzzler, and then it's back to them. Cut down on the Wickerfolk, not on Guzzler? Okay. Sure. Really? On Wickerfolk, but not Guzzler. Combat. Swing. Make a bunch of guys. So I could cast Raise here, but I would like to try to play around Dispelling Exhale. Although obviously they could also have the dragon for it. I also don't particularly need to do it right now because Avenger's doing some work. They're obviously not passing with nothing to do. Harvester -2 here. And then Exhale? No, cut down. Sure. Fountain Port. They can make a fish. I would love them to do that. Well, actually, no. Sunken Citadel can pay for some of it. Okay. Combat. Swing. And they go tap here, and they still have 2 open. Oh, they got us to max speed. Okay, well, let's try. Go for it. Oops. Now they have the counter. And Meringue. Alright. Play Zahir. I guess I should have just done it last turn because then it forces them to do one or the other. Like they either counter or they do all the kill stuff. So just a Zahir in play is pretty atrocious. Cast this. They are at 8. Discards Valgavoth. Yep. Are they also going to shoot Zahir here? No. And a land. Cool. Go to combat. Swing. Annoying. And it's the exile one, so we don't even get our zombie. Okay. They're playing Demir Reanimator. Alright, we can't win. So let's just move on. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Keep that. We want to go Guzzler into Wickerfolk. Yeah, okay. Guzzler first. So get our speed online, because I'm not playing this on turn 2 probably. Alright, so it's almost certainly mice. Very well. Yeah, we need to make sure that we're drawing more lands. So let's play Wickerfolk. Alright, bin this one, keep the Concealed Courtyard. Ori Steelcutter. Alright, so play this, play Ellis so we get the gain of life. And then we'll play Vermin, take a damage, gain the life back. Mill ourselves. Mill. No, that sucks. Alright, there's... Oh yeah, there is a reason to attack. It's to get speed up. Speed goes up, their turn. So now even if they go spell, then Steel Cutter still gets blocked by the Vermin. Alright. Fiery Annihilation? Really? Alright, well, here's another Ellis. And at this point, what are we... I guess just another Vermin. Kill ourselves. Gnome, land. Alright. Spell Cutter. Alright, what's in here? Who in the world plays this? They still haven't done anything. Alright, play this first. If they respond to it. Torch on Ellis, yeah. Trigger. Lands on the bottom. And then go to combat. Swing. Alright, max speed. It exiles opponent's cutters. It doesn't target artifacts? No, it doesn't. Oh, exile up to one target equipment attached to it. I guess so. Wow, we actually drew raise. Holy crap. Alright, combat, swing. Alright, cast raise. We drew 2 sack outlets. Alright, so... Zahir here's the best one. So Zahir first, then Bart. Actually, we do have Gas Guzzler in play already. Alright, they're just kidding. The heck kind of a draw did they have? So Gruul aggro, but apparently without, like, mice, evidently. So Lockdown, Athar Commando, Knight Errant. Terror Tide's good. I mean, I assume that they're aggro and they just had like a horrendous draw, so... Let's do that. All right, this hand's great. We got Gorehound, a blocker, we have Raise, and a sweeper in our hand. Let's go. Carnation Vista. Okay, I officially have no clue what they're playing. Naming blue. Combat. Swing. Play Market Node. Surveil. I guess I'll keep this. Questing Druid. Torch and Valley Flood. Oh, okay. That's what they're doing. Alright, Knight Errant. Trigger, grab these. Western Druid. Song of Totenkons for 1. Okay. So, Gorehound. Trigger. Spin that. Zahir. And then if they want to trade, they can. So let's go to combat. Swing here. Now let's just kill this now while they're tapped out. So pile-on, target, and we'll tap Zahir, Gorehound, and land. And bin these. Big Song of Totenkons, okay. So swing, block here, 4 damage, sack gnome to Zahir, life, and surveil. Ooh. I already have Terror Tide. Temp Lockdown does keep How do I go back without exiting out? Done. Yeah. New browser. All right. So Zahir would sack a Gorehound. Now we just have Terror Tide anyway. That's fine. All right, 16. Okay, what are we doing? Swing at them. Then Zahir sacks a Gorehound, then cast Terror Tide. Yeah, that's fine. Combat. Swing. Actually, how many creatures are in my yard right now? 2? Wait. Why does it say 5? Oh, permanents in your graveyard. Not just creatures. Okay, so nothing's going to survive this. So I actually may as well get some more surveils first. Let's go freebooter. Triggers. Spin it. Spin it. Then sack here. I guess I want to scry last, so sack here. Then that. No! Everything dies. And over to them. Alright, misclicked there, but that should be fine. We can actually pay for Spell Pierce if needed. Analyze the pollen, collecting the evidence to grab a Thundertrap Trainer, which they are playing, not Offspring. Grabbing stock up. All right, this is a very, very suspicious negate that's about to happen, but I mean, what can you do? If they have it, they have it. Fast raise. No, they didn't have it. All right. A bunch of surveil triggers. And that. And that. And that. Keep that. They're at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah, we'll just keep it. Then we'll cast Ellis, and they are dead unless they have a response to this. Alright, back the gnome. And they're conceding, alright. People are still trying to play otters. Surprises me. I tried to play otters too. That was the first deck I tried to play in the standard format before this deck, and it's just not good. It requires so many things to go right. Alright, we can keep this. Chrome is almost certainly Pixie, but could be other things. Play the Gorehound. Less likely to be Pixie. No plays. Play another Gorehound. Because it could be Control that's playing Ride's End and Elspeth's Smite. So if that's the case... Okay, it is Control. Gnome. Surveil. Keep that. Swing. Guardian of New Benalia. So it's Azorius Monument. Oh, why did I do that? I was going to play Bart and sack the gnome. Swing here. Another Guardian, okay. All right, no point in raising right now, so let's play Ellis. Then that. Now we definitely should sack the gnome. So sack the gnome. Draw. Well, it's just another land. All right, and then Gorehound can't attack them anymore. Could attack them with Bart. And if they... Well, no, because they can just free block it, right? Yeah, okay, I guess we're just passing then. They're stuck. They're on 2 lands for the moment. Discards Monument. All right, so there's recommission the Monument, right? Yep. Cards 3 steps. And with double Guardian in play, yeah. Blue open. Ooh. Another Raise the Past. I guess we attack first. Block Ellis. Uh-huh. Oh, they just allowed it to die. That's very surprising. Alright, sack here. Raise. You have Spell Pierce, you have Spell Pierce. No Spell Pierce. Alright, gain some life, Surveil. Bend this. And bend this. Then we're going to sack the Gnome now so that Ellis will trigger and will speed up. Plus, why not sack it now? Ooh, a Vermin. Bend that. Play a Vermin. So, target ourselves to mill. 2 creatures, excellent. And then surveil a land. And there's no reason to do anything else, so pass to them. What matchup is a Stone Brain for? It was primarily from the Omniscience combo deck, but you can also bring it in other matchups. Like, there's the Doomsday deck. You can bring it in against Domain Zur and name either Zur or Overlord of the Mistmoors. In this matchup, you can name Monument. So it has applications. Against Oculus, you can even bring it in and name Oculus sometimes. It depends on what kind of Oculus they are, though. If they're like blue-white Oculus, sure. But if they're like Jeskai, FOMO, and have a bunch of other threats, then you can't. There's a Doomsday deck in Standard? There is. All right, so they're blue-white, so we want Voice of Victory. We want Cathar Commando to blow their monuments up. They put stuff in the graveyard so they can't be playing Rip. So we don't need the Cubs. We want Knight Errant, and we want Stonebrain to name Monument. And they do discard, but like, is that enough of a reason to want Leyline of the Void? They can just cast Monument normally. Like, they don't have to discard it. Unless they're also an Oculus deck. So, what are we doing? Vermins? If you have multiple Vermins, you can kill the Guardian, but that doesn't come up that often. The better one's probably you have a Vermin, you sack, hit their guy, and then you raise it and hit their guy again. What do I not want for this matchup? Probably random digging cards that don't really matter. This, you can cut 1 Ellis. We have 1 more card to cut. Pylons seem atrocious against Guardian of New Benalia, although if they are the Oculus deck, which I imagine they are, then it is actually good against that, but I think we can cut down to 1 Pylon. Let's try something like this. Actually, is Market Gnome even good here? All right, I don't know for sure that they're Oculus. I suspect that they're Oculus, but I don't know for sure that they are. So let's do this. Okay, this is fine. Alright, play Gas Guzzler. We happen to draw Raise. Great. Here's Guardian. So I don't get to attack anymore. Yeah, alright, we'll play Bart. There's the monument. Yep. Okay. I could go Vermin next turn, raise Vermin again. That sounds like what I would like to do. So let's play Voice. Although they can obviously discard in response to it. But, so we'll go Voice Vermin, and then next turn I can go sack target, raise target. So Vermin. Mill ourselves. Alright, and then I don't have any good attacks, so pass. Card, Winter Night, draw. I'm surprised they didn't. Oh, they didn't discard on their turn, so they could block, right? Obviously. Card, Tranquil Cove? Really? Okay. Oh my god, the second monument. All right. Yep. Well, at least we can kill their stupid guardian. Or another land. Both of these trigger. Discard again. We didn't mill any creatures over, right? Yeah. Kind of insane that we're going to have to spend an entire raise just to kill this thing, but we do have to kill this thing. Alright, sack here. Target the guardian. And then combat. I guess I should attack first, and then that way I can sack Guzzler and get another counter on Bart. So swing, trigger. Hit. I can't sack Voice because they can discard at instant speed to make treasures, and if they have a counter spell, then they just counter me and I get screwed. So sack here. Cast raise. Cards get lost. Triggers. Draw. Uh-huh. Back, mill myself. Back the Vermin. Target your dude. They are going to discard again. Okay. I mean, I can't imagine it's correct to do anything other than... I mean, I guess they could make us lose life, and if they drew another Guardian, then we just lose. Alright, making treasures, sure. Kill that. Then, before these guys die off, tokens. Alright, and we're done. I mean, if they have another Guardian, we lose. Because they go Guardian, then they discard a card, draw 2. Sure. The third monument. All right. And they manifest. All right, we're definitely playing Avenger this turn. So we're definitely also attacking with Bart, and then they're just going to chump block with the manifest token. If we attack with Fate Voice, they just get to block it for free with Abhorrent, and then we lose our anti-counter magic. So that's bad. So let's... The problem is I don't get speed up if I just attack with Bart. And if I attack here, it dies. And then if I activate this, I don't get to play Avenger. So... I think I do this. And then we go to combat. And swing here. I don't have a great move regardless, so we'll just make them chump block. What was it? Get Law? No. Mycosense Gardens. Alright. And then we play this. And over to them. Winter Night Stories, tapping Oculus, draw 3. They just instantly lose the game if they find Guardian. Oh yeah, you get to draw off discarding. Fantastic. Jesus. Okay, all that resolves. Oh, so if they just find anything that makes them discard... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they're an Oculus deck, so bring Pylon back. And cut Gnome? I mean, we basically can't block anything that they play, right? Yeah, so Gnomes are bad, so let's just have Wicker Folk instead, because they at least block Oculus. Terrortide good? It does kill Guardian and Oculus. I guess that's fine. I'm guess I'm cool with that. Does mean that Leyline's better because it means they can't get it back they can't get Oculus back by reanimating it, and they can't even cast it. Although Leyline does not stop Monument from triggering. Alright, I guess that's fine, although this coming in tapped is really awkward, but whatever. Rebooter. Well, I can't even play Market Gnome next turn because this only produces black. Yikes. It's so awkward. Alright. Nothing on second. Combat. Play Wreckage Wicker Folk. Basically just digging for lands. Well, we're binning both of these. No plays so far. Let's get speed going. Alright, play Zahir. No more lives, sure. Mill a land. Alright, combat. Play voice. That actually resolved, okay. Rise to the top. Yeah, I figured lockdown was coming. They can afford to play lockdown because the majority of their threats don't get locked. Whereas, like, the only thing they lock is Benalia. Okay, we really need to draw cards, so let's play Gnome and Bart. Alright, land number 6. Monument. And just passing. Okay, so if I go voice, they have to respond to that. And then I can convoke Knight plus still sack. Yeah, okay, so go to my yard. Play voice. Alright, convoke Knight Errant. Alright, not the best hits, but acceptable. And then we don't have any reason to do anything else here, so just pass to them. Yeah. And sheltered by ghosts, you say? Very well. Eating the voice, because they have counter spells in their hand, probably. I mean, I guess we just sack it, right? We have so few things in our deck that can even kill this. Pylon is one of them. So I can Diabolic Intent for Cathar, or... Well, first let's just attack them. I guess they get to free block with this thing, is the issue. If I swing with Bartolome, they can still trade for it. God damn, I don't even have an attack here. Alright, I guess we're just not attacking. Because I could attack if I activated Delcoven, but I'm not going to. So let's play Gorehound. Avenger. If they counter this. No countering it. Well, we need to draw that. Yeah, so keep that on top. All right, over to them. Discards, recommission. Really? Get lost on Avenger. I accept your map tokens. Second fucking monument. Yeah. All right. All right. So 100% we have to Cathar one of these this turn. So I want to map. What do I want to map? I guess the Gorehound, because it's the only thing they can't block. All right. Target this. In that. Oh boy. All right. So I mean, attacking here just gains them life for free. We haven't played a land yet, so let's go ahead and sack Gnome. Alright, it was in fact a land. So map the Gorehound again. Pylon does not kill their creature, so we'll bin that. Then go to combat. And wing here. Alright, I guess we wait for them to activate. Yeah, okay. In response. Create a treasure and what? Draw a card. So Flash and Cathar. You gotta be kidding me if the last card in your hand's No More Lies. Oh my god. Okay. They damaged me? I mean, they're down to one card, so they can... yeah. Alright. What am I doing on my turn? Intent to grab Raise and then hope they don't find the counterspell in 2 cycles. This is... Draw. This is... Actually, are we just dead? They're dealing 12? No, they're dealing 18, right? Because it's 6 now, then on our turn it's another 6. We go to 3, and then if we don't kill them, we lose. Do you ever wish that Bartolome wasn't legendary? Absolutely. Why would I not wish that? Him being legendary is all downside. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. They made another monument or something. We're just dead, right? They're going to make us take 9, and then, yeah, and then on our turn they just discard, and then we can't even respond. The play patterns on this are so horrible. It's just like, you can't even, like, they never run out of cards. You can never respond. Yeah, and they just stop on our upkeep and discard, and then we take 9 and lose. Yeah. I feel like nobody at Wizards actually plays with the cards they design. Now, the good news is at least that that Guardian rotates in fucking September, but at any point, if a free discard outlet exists, that is a horrendous play pattern. Okay, Gorehound's first. Restless Cottage, so we're finally fighting Golgari mid. They have only 1 land. Okay, well, this is going to be pretty quick then. Gas Guzzler. There's Cut Down. Alright, play the Vermin. Mill. Alright. I'm sorry, you have a main deck Ghost Vacuum? The fuck is this? right, there's no way I can play both of these this turn. Oh, no, I can go... If I'd played Freebooter last turn, I could have done it, but now I can't. All right, so let's go Zahir. Freebooter. Combat. Swing. Sure. I just want to get the maximum amount of stuff as I can get. All right, so sack the Freebooter. Just looking for raise. Then this. Play Freebooter. Over to them. Alright, apparently they've just gotten landlocked and they're conceding. So Golgari mid, but with main deck Ghost Vacuum. Unless it's not Golgari mid and it's actually like Abzan Ketramos or something, because that's the only reason I can think that they would have a main deck Ghost Vacuum. But let's just go Cathar Commando, Knight Errant. I guess that's it until I know what the heck they are. So let's take out, presumably Vermins are not good against them, and one Bart. I guess if they are that kind of a deck, I'd want Terratide to cut a Wicker Folk. We do have a Gorehound, but we have nothing to follow it up with. So this hand dies if we don't draw a second land. Can't keep that. Okay, keep and toss back. I mean, we can't even play Oracle, so... Toss that. Is Oculus really that rampant that people are main decking Graveyard Hate now? I assume not. I assume they're playing... Okay, yeah, there's another color. I assume they're playing Ketramos or like some other thing that synergizes with the graveyard. Alright, Bartolome. I'm not going to play Guzzler. I'm going to play Avenger. So, combat. Swing. Alright, play Avenger. And out of all the basic things they could play, they're playing this one. Alright, Bart's dead. I have no clue what this deck is. Hushwood. Ancient Cornucopia. Okay. Full Claw's Heist. Are they gifting it? They are gifting it. Alright, what do you want? Take Knight Errant. Sure. Alright, let's play Bart. Let's play Gas Guzzler. Could make Bart bigger, but I don't think that's going to matter. So, go to combat, swing, make a token, hit him. Bart eats the token, and then pass. I have a feeling this Gas Guzzler is going to be more important than extra one token, given what their deck appears to be. Paw Patch Formation doing what now? Draw and make a food, sure. Another Bartolome. Alright, well, it's technically correct to play this. Play Bart. Exiling the Bart that's in play in response to me playing this Bart. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes us not have an additional token. So sure. Go to damage. Stack the token. I mean, you could have just like torn the Avenger. Tranquil throwback, presumably, yeah, so we're gonna lose our graveyard, which is one creature, so that's fine. Yeah. I mean, they also could have gained life if they'd, I guess, oh, they're gonna convoke Knight Errant into it? No, they're not. I have no clue what they're doing. Aha! Here's a market gnome. Is it better to just attack them? No. Let's attack the gnome. I was thinking that Gas Guzzler can eat the gnome once the speed's online, but no, let's just do this. Ooh, raise. Fantastic. Alright. Combat. Don't attack with Guzzler, attack with the other two. Make a token. Blocks here. Alright, sack the token. Sacks their own token to draw. Okay. Death. Then Gas Guzzler's online. Let's just pass. So it's Abzan stuff. Intimidation tactics is creature and artifact. Sure, that resolves. You saw this board and the fact that I didn't play anything on my turn, and you thought the best move is to try to target their hand. It is probably correct, Sack Bart. It's a 5/4, so I need another creature. I don't know. Let's just take our turn. Okay. Guzzler. Munch the Guzzler. Draw a card. Cathar Commandos, whatever. Not raising right now, so let's... I don't even care about killing Ancient Cornucopia. That's irrelevant. Let's just draw another card. All right, freebooter. Back it. And then combat. If they don't block, if they block Guzzler, they're dead, right? So this is a free attack. Yeah. Okay, you're taking lethal. Back the treasure. Go to damage. Well, that was a match for sure. No idea what our opponent was doing. I know it wasn't trying to win. All right, I think we can give this another, let's say, half an hour. So I am finding scenarios where Avenger is actually good. But I'm still not convinced that it should be main deck or actually even played at all. this is fine. Keep this. Monastery Swiftspear. Okay, is it aggro? So, oh, I can't play white on turn 1. Let's play the gnome. Vermin doesn't kill this through any spell. And if they do want to attack through this, they have to let us draw a card. Holy Steel Cutter. Yep. Now they don't have an attack. Okay. Ellis feels worse than fixing our lands, so let's play Mardu Devotee. Try to hit a land. I guess we have to bin both of these, unfortunately. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm going to play Vermin first. Yeah, I needed to play Vermin first. Well, we're still going to mill ourselves. All right. No attacks. Yeah, that was completely missequenced. So I would have milled Raise, Bart, and then I would have scryed and kept, put Alice to the bottom and kept the land. Swiftspear. Spell number 2. Burst Lightning the Vermin. Here, I guess. Alright, if you have a third spell, show it to me. Yep. Alright. Taking 4, 7, gain 1. Okay. Needed to hit a land real bad. Okay, there's a land. Yeah, I just need to guarantee that I hit another land next turn, so we're definitely playing Devotee, but let's not fuck up the same way I did last time. Let's play... Actually, can I play Ellis? No, let's just play the Vermins. So, Vermin, Mill, Vermin, Mill, and then Devotee. Cry away. Of course, it's Dalkoven. All right, we're going to be a turn slower than I would like to be, but what can you do? We have to do it. Now, I basically just fucked up earlier by doing it the wrong way. Okay, so I can put everything in front of it, and then they can put all the damage on Devotee, but then we don't take any damage, so that's fine. I guess we just block everything. They didn't attack with the Swiftspears, so... Alright. And they didn't, like, double spell to get another monk. Okay. Alright, we officially have the time, so... Ellis... Pass. Equip Steel Cutter. Block it. Alright. Plan. Alright, don't have Spell Pierce. Alright, we gained bajillions of life, and yeah. So, mill. Take some damage, speed up. This happens. Mill, life, and then we get to survive 4. And there's another one. What do I have right now? I have just Zahar, right? Actually, yeah. I figured they would concede to that. Like, they're not attacking into our board anymore. All right, aggro with counter spells. Voice, Cathar, Terror, Knight Errant, Oracle out, Guzzler out, Venger out, Bart out, Zahar out, and then 3 more cards. Wickerfolk, Devotee. Okay. And if they have Slick Shot, then we'll put the Wicker Folks back in and take out the other devotee in one other card. Alright, this hand is slow AF. But it does have things we need. We just need to draw, like, any creatures. And the hand's good. We have raise, we have removal, we have a sweeper. We have tons of creatures we can draw. That's not one of them. Any 1 or 2 drop in our deck. And this hand gets immediately better. Storm Chasers. Ghost Vac, okay. Any 1 or 2 drop in our deck. Any one of them. First Rage. We're going to 5. Well, it's finally a thing. Way too late. There's trample, so there's no point in blocking that. Opt. Alright, block here. Grab 2. What am I even doing? I probably do need to... If I survive this turn, I do need to draw that because I need to play blocker plus pile-on. Oh, they do have Slick Shot, and they plotted it. If I Convoke Knight, we're dead. If I... They basically just have to draw a land. If they draw essentially anything else, we lose, right? We go Freebooter, and then we pile, and then we go block, Swift Spear, pile on, Otter, take 1, go to 1. Yeah, that's our only out. So if they drew any spell at all, we're dead. Okay, they did. They drew a land. Oh, no, but they drew a land and then they can just Storm Chaser. Oh, no, we're dead regardless. Yeah, because then they just grab Burst Lightning and we lose, right? Yeah, okay. So I had no outs there. All right, so they do have Slick Shot, so bring Wicker Folks back in, get rid of this, and get rid of... I'm gonna say another Zahar. Well, it's not great, but it is keepable. Turn 2 play. It's probably Ellis. Start gaining life, even though these almost always just die instantly. Or this could die instantly right now. Alright, combat. Swing. Play Ellis. Or Veil. We have to bin it. there. Honestly, kind of surprised. Like, I think people underestimate how vital Gorehound is to the deck. Yeah, there's Pork. I did debate playing Cathar first. Okay. So, yeah, we just got to kill that now. Kill it. Thankfully, it worked out because we drew a third land, but I did consider playing Cathar instead of Ellis just for that exact scenario. Flip Spear. Trigger. Storm Chasers. Trigger again. Alright, we drew another land. So, as much as I would like to play Bart here, a much better play is just play Knight Errant. Alright, found one thing. I think the other 5 cards weren't even creatures, right? So we wouldn't have even gotten anything better convoking more. This does just represent a big old blocker. Flick Shot, or it doesn't. Vacuum. And swing here, sure. Okay. And we have to take so much damage off these caves. So we're taking 3 going to 8. So that means 3 spells kills us, or less than that, because the spells are Burst and Monstrous Rage and whatnot. Alright, first things first, we play Gorehound. Surveil. Yeah, we want to overload Ghost Vacuum's ability to interact. Alright. Play Market Gnome. Surveil. And that. Yeah, we have to bin it. We have to find Raise. Alright, we just need to take the damage here, unfortunately. Trigger, Surveil. Oh, Lockdown is actually good on this board. Sort of. We're taking however much damage we're taking off Slick Shot, but then we can invalidate everything they have in play. So, let's Bart the Gnome in response. So we draw the Lockdown. Then last Surveil is Bart. Put that away. And then I'm not attacking. There's no way that dealing 4 here is enough to justify not having a blocker on this board state. Yeah, so then they eat Ellis. There's another Ellis that they can also eat, so then that means both of our Ellises are gone. They can... Storm Chasers get Burst back. No, they're getting Sleight of Hand back. Okay. Sleight of Hand, triggers. Taking at least 3, and then it would be another 2 from the Lockdown. Alright, yeah. So we'll go to 6, and then we're going to go to 4, which is Burst Lightning range. Okay, whew. What a draw. Alright, so Knight Errant survives this attack, survives Lockdown, but nothing else does. So we may as well swing here. Swing, swing, swing. Blocking there. Sure. Deal some damage, and then let's back to Gorehound so that they're in our graveyard. Lockdown. And they vac the other Ellis. But then at least we get Fack out of play and kill all the other guys. And then we have a blocker. And I'm definitely not playing Bart here because then that would put us to 4. Storm Chasers. Opt. I'm really surprised they didn't just Storm Chasers burst attack. All right. Vermin. I will take a damage here to play Bart. Then let's stack this, kill their auto token. And we do actually have to pressure them. If we just sit around waiting, we're going to lose. Storm Chasers 4. Light a hand, okay. If it was burst lightning, I would have been really worried, because then that means they probably just have another burn and we're gonna die. Opt again. Put it on the bottom. Other land. Alright. Freebooter. So the question is, how many things do I want to attack with? If I swing here, they take 7, go to 5. If I sack the freebooter first, then that means I don't block anything that has haste. Which means I'm dead to, like, Swift Spear plus Burst Lightning. So we need to have a blocker. So I think the best move is to swing both here and leave freebooter back as a blocker. Put them low, put them within range of dying next turn while still retaining a blocker. We actually have enough mana to level this to 3 and play a spell? Huh. Flick shot. Yeah. It's rage, we're dead. Now level it up. All right, now they lose, I think. Right? Do they lose in play? They block Knight Errant. If they block Knight Errant, they die. If they don't block, okay, yeah, they're dead regardless. I attack with everything. If they block Knight Errant, I sack the freebooter, sack the treasure, deal them 5. If they block Bartolome, they take 5, they lose. Now that helps. Well, I can't even play that on tap. Yeah, so combat, swing. Block there, and then they take 5 and die. Whew. One of the nice things with Bartolome is a lot of people forget that it can sack artifacts, and so they do the math wrong. Okay, although we have 5 lands, we do have Wicker Folk and Raise, so we can use Wicker Folk to fix. We're also on the play, so yeah, this is perfectly fine. Dark Slick. Alright, play Wicker Folk. Trigger. Bin. I think I would have been pretty much anything there except another raise. I might have kept Market Gnome because we're going to go Bart Market Gnome next turn if it was a Market Gnome. I would have kept Gorehound on top maybe as well. Because Gorehound's going to help field us. Alright, so presumably Pixie. We are just drawing lands. Alright. What are the odds that this is a Ride's End deck? Probably not very high. Swing. Alright, play Bart. Nowhere. I assume Bart's getting killed. Alright, I'm gonna sack Wicker Folk so that we can raise it next turn. And get the Surveil again. Because we got nothing else going on. I'm just gonna play assuming that they don't have Spell Pierce. Or No More Lies. Because if they do, we're gonna lose. So let's just play as though they don't. Fear of Isolation. Uh-huh. Very deliberately leaving blue open. All right. Do you have Spell Pierce? Yep. All right. So now we lose. Well, we have drawn a lot of lands. They're not doing anything either, which tells me their hand's just already active. They're playing Restless Fortress? What? Momentum Breaker? Sure. Discard Oracle. All right. I am still going to play a land, even though not doing so would protect Diabolic Intent from a double Nightmare play, but they haven't played Nightmare yet anyway, and if they have Spell Pierce, I need to be able to pay the Spell Pierce regardless. All right, we take some damage. I need to draw any creature so that I can play Diabolic Intent. Oh yeah, this thing too. Okay, discard the land. Any creature. That's a creature. All right, Guzzler. Can't play it this turn though, so if they just have another way to pick this up, then we lose our raise. All right, back to you. Fuck's sake. All right, yeah, voice, all the disenchant effects, Knight Errant, and that's it. And then Pylon's really bad against them, but you still want one. Vermin kills the Kirans. They do seem to be a more controlling version of the deck, though. They definitely have Storm Chaser's talent, though, so that's not a question. What's bad? What is bad? Bart, Ellis. Zahar's good. Avengers. The fact that they have the Edict makes Avenger way worse. The Market Gnomes can't block shit because most of their guys fly. And then get rid of Devotee. That seems fine to me. Uh-huh. All right. They mulligan twice? Is what it looks like. Triple raise vermin. How good these raises are is going to really depend on how good this vermin is. All right, what are we milling? Bart land. Storm chasers. All right, well, we have nothing else to do, so do this and then just pass. No real point in attacking them here. Here, pick up that. All right, freebooter pass. Attack with fear, can't block it. Second order. All right, rather than raising now, I could just play the other otter, or the other vermin. Especially when they're holding up 2 mana. Vermin, Noas, raise, Knight Errant, fantastic. Didn't hit anything we can raise back. Nowhere to run, sure. Like anything that they target is, I guess they target a vermin and then it doesn't kill anything this turn. Sure. Well, at least we have one more thing in the graveyard. Still just attacking with fear. Pixie. Talent. Play the talent. Pile on, you say? Raising here is just not good. We get Bart. Okay, we get Bart and we get 2 vermins to shoot their stuff, right? All right, raise. They have Spell Pierce, they have Spell Pierce, right? They don't. Target ourselves. Kill that. And then I guess we just kill some of these otters, or do I just kill Pixie? Thanks for the stream. I'm gonna go to bed. Good luck with the tournament prep. Thanks for showing up. See ya, Bonsai. All right. Because we've got pylon, so we want to do it. I guess it's fine if I tap out. Let's pylon the fear. And then, yeah, bin this. Then back here, and I'm just gonna kill 2 otters because it represents more damage. Kill these. Pass. And yeah, it means we don't have a blocker for otter token, but whatever. Nowhere to run. Yep. Target Bart. I mean, it doesn't matter which one. Yeah. Okay, sack freebooter. Keep this because I want to be able to pay for it. They didn't have Spell Pierce that turn, but that doesn't mean they won't have it this turn. So keep the land. We can pay for it. Yeah. Take 4, go to 11. Our turn. All right. Cast Raise. I'm gonna get a freebooter back. The 1, 2 freebooters, so I could hypothetically still activate this, right? I would go 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm just gonna cast Raise again if I'm doing that. So okay. Mill. All right. And then sack here. Back here. It's pretty clear they don't have a spell here. Hold this off of their talent. And freebooter. Freebooter. Then cast the second raise. Third raise of this game. Edmund comes back. All right, so now this is 10, 9, or 10, 11, 12, 15. They're dead. Swing. All right. Back this. Back this. Back Furman. And 19. Aether Drift cards had the ring tempts you. Would the ring be animated on Arena as a steering wheel or as a car tire? I'm going to say steering wheel. Because you're in control, because you have your hands on the steering wheel, right? So if you're tempted to like run off the road, it's by controlling the steering wheel. Definitely steering wheel. I'm always conflicted about bringing in Lockdown against Pixie because on the one hand, it does answer every threat they have in play, but on the other hand, they just have this town. So if you lock down and you put, Hopeless Nightmare and all that crap under the lockdown and then they just bounce it, so horrible. But we haven't seen Nightmare from them yet, and we have seen Momentum Breaker, right? So maybe it is correct to have it. What do we cut for that, though? Gnome. I mean, they do have otter tokens, but mostly they attack in the air. And Guzzler? This survives Nowhere to Run. And Lockdown. Get rid of Intent, because Intent is like really bad against Spell Pierce. Thing is that Intent is good with Lockdown, because it means you sack a creature so it doesn't get locked down, and you can often have 5 mana to go Intent Lockdown in one turn. Okay, this is an acceptable hand. Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, all right. What are we ditching? I'm going to say Bartolome. Warhound. It's the least impactful on the board when we play it, and we always want it when we cast Raise. Yeah, and then we do the whole scam thing. F am I ditching here? Guzzler is gonna take a long time to turn on. Probably playing Wicker Folk this turn. Need Cub in case they play Rip. Let's go Guzzler. Alright. And if they have another fucking thing to bounce this, maybe I do play Cub. Now that I have the third land, although this blocks this. Now let's Wicker Folk. Alright, Wickerfolk should go last. So Surveil. Yeah, we can't keep that. So Bennett. And I will keep Avenger. I'm gonna go Gorehound. So if they bounce and replay this, we're putting Cub in the graveyard. Or if they just kill Wickerfolk to attack us, that's fine too. They are attacking. Okay, block. I mean, if it's nowhere to run, they would have just shot it ahead of time, so... No, they just attacked for some reason. Combat. It's gotta be this town, right? Like, what else would they be holding up? I guess No More Lies or another counterspell, but they wouldn't need to fight Raze. Alright, well, let's try to play Avenger. Resolve, Surveil. Spin this. Sack the Nightmare. What in the world is in their hand that that's the best thing they can do? Is their hand just like all Spell Pierce and Negate, and so they can't actually interact with anything? One. Filtered by Ghosts, take the Avenger. Now they get a free attack. Am I piling on upkeep? No, I can't pay the ward if I do that. So no, we're not blocking either. I can just play Cub and then get it. So if I go Cub Vermin, then I have pile on up for any other creature they play, but not this. I mean, that's better than attacking them with Gorehound. So let's go Vermin first. So mill first and then Surveil. Milling. Knight Errant Cub. Surveil Raise on top. All right, well, keep that, even though we don't have the 4th land, but we'll keep it for later. And then Play Cub. Trigger, keep this. And then we're not attacking because we're going to hold Pylon up in case they play a second creature. I think the value of having a Pylon up for another creature is far greater than the value of dealing 1 damage to them here. Anchorage. So should I block, kill this, get Avenger? What can they have that punishes me for getting Avenger back now as opposed to the second main phase? Or the end step, rather. I guess if they have Tishana's Tidebinder, this would absolutely fuck me if I blocked like this. Yeah, okay, I should have cubbed first and then chosen whether to block or not. Okay, all right, block. We're committed now. All right, hub this. All right, well, that did work out. So then Surveil again, but we're still keeping it on top. Bump. Passing. All right, well, we're not going to get a better time to do this, so we may as well pile on now. Whatever this, if this resolves whatever the second card is, I will almost certainly bin anything that isn't a land. Yeah, okay, bin that. What in the world do they have? All right, try to go to combat. Trigger Avenger. And bajillion Gorehound triggers. And, okay, how do they have nothing? 3 cards in hand and they just have nothing. All right, where am I at with this? So... I'm fine with this split. I'm still not convinced that Delcoven Encampment is actually good. It's expensive to activate. It's not even particularly good when you activate it. And most of the time it comes in tapped, which can be a problem. The Devotees are also surprisingly worse than I thought they would be. I mainly value them for, like, turning caves into actual mana that doesn't hurt you. Although, the Scry does help. Like, it does help to just have more cards that smooth out your draws. The Guzzlers are fine, and I don't really miss the third one. I think 2 is fine. The Vermins, I hate that the deck has to play Vermin, but it's just kind of a necessity. You need two things. You need a sufficient number of 1-drops. You need cards that put more cards in your graveyard. And these you need as blockers. Like, there are... Even though, yes, your opponents do have prowess creatures, they do have monstrous rage, so, like, your opponents do have ways of this not killing their attackers. In a lot of cases, it makes their attacks very bad. So you do just need it for those circumstances. And there are random X1 creatures that it picks off. There's the Otter and Monk tokens when they don't have a spell up, especially when it's your turn. There's the insects that Overlord of the Mistmoors makes. There's this new Sun Pearl Kieran in the Pixie decks. It kills that. Like, it does hit things. And then Diabolic Intent as the 5th raise is like, there's too many games where you dig like 20 cards and you never find raise, so having another raise, in quotes, helps. Bartolome, I hate that you have to have 4 of them because they're so bad when you draw multiple, but you just like need them. There's too many situations where you can win if you can sack multiple things, but if you don't have Bart, you can't win. And then the Oracle, it is good for the grindier games. Again, it does suck that you just like can't play this most of the time. The only way that you actually have to play this is the Freebooter treasure tokens. You could replace 2 of the planes with Verges. The problem is, so we used to have Flood Farm Verge in the deck to pay for it. The problem with that is that the Flood Farm Verge doesn't turn on Bleachbone Verge, which is important. Also, if I was going to play Flood Farm Verge, I would cut the planes, and then you'd only have 1 card in the whole deck that even turns on the Verge. The deck used to have Shadowy Backstreet in it, which could help that, but we don't anymore. So yeah, I'm really not convinced that Delcoven Encampment is good. If Delcoven Encampment isn't good, then the replacement for it is probably either just a Plains or Shadowy Backstreet. Although I really hate I really hate the lands that come in tapped. They're just horrible in this deck. Avenger, it's like, sometimes it's good and a lot of times it isn't good. It's like, would this be better as just a main deck Voice of Victory? And then you could play a different card in the sideboard, but there's not any particular card that I want in the sideboard. The biggest contenders would be, Enduring Innocence used to be in the side, but honestly, I haven't missed it. I think the number of games where Enduring Innocence is actually good in this deck are very low. It's basically just like the grindier decks, and those really just don't exist anymore. It's decks like Golgari Midrange, which just suck, and no one's playing. So another contender for the sideboard would be the 4th Felidar Cub, because in the matches where you need to kill Rest in Peace, you just absolutely need to kill Rest in Peace. Or another contender could be a 3rd Temporary Lockdown, considering how much Quarry Cutter has made aggro a problem. Although I don't know that the Quarry Cutter decks mean that there's more aggro in the metagame, or if just a lot of people that were playing Mice are now playing the Quarry Cutter decks. Regardless, I feel like Temp Lockdown is more important against the Quarry Cutter decks, because those decks are playing Quarry Cutter and Slickshot that the Mice decks were not playing. So I don't know. And Terror Tide is just consistently shit. It's worse than Lockdown pretty much against every single aggro deck. Yeah, you can hit like Screaming Nemesis and whatnot with the Terror Tide, but most of the time, the 1 mana difference with the Lockdown is way more important. Also, there's all these Quarry Cutter Slickshot decks that are not even playing any 3-drops, where you really need Lockdown to kill the Quarry Cutter. Like, Terror Tide against Quarry Cutter is abysmal, whereas Lockdown is still good. And also, in sideboard games, your opponents bring in Graveyard Hate, and then your Terror Tides do nothing. So the only reason I even have it is for like the every once in a while deck that comes along that's like, you know, Selesnya Cage, or I don't know, just like Golgari Midrange, just like decks that have big creatures in them, which it's not even great in those matchups. Also, I'm wondering if a card like Harvester of Misery wouldn't be good. So we used to have Harvester of Misery in the sideboard, and then we very quickly realized it wasn't that good. But if the Quarry Cutter decks are going to be more prevalent, and those decks are playing Spell Pierce and Negate, then you do want a way to just kill all of their stupid tokens on your turn that they can't interact with. But that would be for just that like one matchup, and which is fine. Like it can be in for just that one matchup. Let's see, there's also the black land. I did try it. I do think the black land also sucks in this deck. Great Irration City. Yeah, that's what it's called. I'm not sure. I would say main points of questioning are the 2 Devotees, Avenger, Dalkoven. I would love to have a slot open in the deck for a Voice of Victory main deck, so that we can just have an answer to all of these Spell Pierce decks. I don't know. I need more testing with it to determine that. But I'm going to leave it like this for now, and then we'll come back and test some more. Anyways, it has been over 4 hours on stream, so if you showed up today, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And the deck, yeah, I'll be testing this more in preparation for Minneapolis. And yeah, this is where we're at right now. You'd really think Avenger would be like so much better than what it looks like, because, or you rather it would you would think it would be so much better than how it plays out, because like this deck is a deck that fills fills our graveyard full of creatures. Like this card has to be great, right? But it doesn't do anything when you play it. A lot of the times you just don't actually have that many creatures in your yard. And then even if you're attacking and generating like 3 tokens, for example, that's still a lot of times just not even as good as like Unstoppable Slasher, for example. It's only good when you have it in combination with specifically mainly Ellis and Gorehound. It's not even that good with Bartolome, because they can still just chump block Bartolome. All right, that's going to do it. I will see you guys next time.